Off. Hello, everybody. It's been a while. Sorry about, us staring and you not being able to hear us. We had some important stuff to discuss beforehand. Hello, everybody. It's been a while. Sorry about, whoops. Wow, we're just starting the day strong. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. It is a delight to have you here. If this is your first time, here at Graham Crackers, we are all about making memories with friends, whether those are MMORPGs or TTRPGs. Tonight, we are once again in the new year resuming Goldshine Investigations, our 5e campaign, set in the, homebrew world of our wonderful DM, Matt. My name is Graham. I will be playing Harris Nervos Blackmont, the Tiefling Paladin Oath of Conquest. And I am joined by some fantastic players.
Hello, everyone. Since our good friend Pharaoh is not here, I'll go next. It's me, Kari. I play Israel, the half-elf Feypack Warlock. And I'm excited to see you all. Happy New Year. Hope your New Year's were very nice. I'm excited to get back into things. And I will hand it off to...
Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. I play Griaz Bramblepelt, who is a bugbear druid rogue. Excited to be back. We've missed this. I've missed this. We've missed you. All that stuff. No, I was going to make a weird bullseye reference from the Daredevil movie because he never misses, but here we are. I'm not tired at all. I'll hand it off to the effervescent Jeremy.
Thank you, Derek. Hello, everyone. As it was said, I am Jeremy, and yet again, I also am glad to be back. Feels like I've forgotten how to play D&D, but hopefully we'll get into the swing of things. I have the privilege of playing with these fine folk tonight as Ivron Blackmont, the silver-haired Hell Knight, Oath of Devotion Aasimar Paladin. And last but not least, I will pass it off to our wonderful DM.
It looks like they'll be joining us after all. Hello. But hi,
Hello?
I'm
Can you hear me?
Yes. And just to finish off my introduction, I am Matt, your DM. I will be playing everyone else. Yeah, I guess while we're getting that resituated, Pharaoh, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I am Pharaoh. I will be perhaps playing Utaka, the Water Ganassi cleric rogue. The success of that is yet to be seen.
Well, with that introduction somewhat messily, but nonetheless out of the way, are you all ready to dive back in to the Goldshine investigations?
Heck yes.
Very well. Welcome to the new year and to a new iteration of the Goldshine investigations. When we last left off, the party made their way to the Emelian Empire waterfront town of Jor, where, on finding them being raided by the Bluefield Alliance, the party managed to put their heads together, their swords at the ready, and put a stop to the raid. Not through violence and blood, but through diplomacy. Managed to convince the Emelian Empire guard forces and the coastal raiding Bluefield Alliance. They managed to convince both sides to, at least for now, stand down. The Emelian Empire has acquiesced and lost their last coastal power on the lakefront of Mazai. The Bluefield Alliance has scored yet another victory in this war. However, the people of Jor will be allowed to go free in exchange for one of the daughters of the Duke and Duchess. With that said, the party settled in, tracking down two Dark Elf operatives of the Children of Red Sight who had intended to leave the cult behind and start a new life, have agreed to assist the party in laying an ambush. Supposedly, the Children of Red Sight send an operative very infrequently to check in on them and give them their next assignment, which the party has organized will seem to have been completed. So, the party lies in wait, helping the people clear their belongings out of the blizzard-addled town, and lying in wait to potentially ambush the Children of Red Sight, and with any luck, get to meet their leadership face to face. However, as the rest of the party sleeps and gathers themselves in the above ground, Utaka made their way into the sewers, hoping to make acquaintance with the local branch of the Thieves Guild. And indeed, making their way down, Utaka met a somewhat skinny thief living among the rats of the sewers, who, with a bit of convincing, is now leading Utaka to where the Thieves Guild might be. Making their way through rotten and disgusting but standing strong wooden walls that create this maze of branching paths down in the dark. With that, I think we will begin with you, Utaka.
Oh no.
Utaka, the thief, leads you again through this network of ratways and tunnels, some blocked off by palisades and seemingly purpose-built walls that seem to allow passage through these tunnels without the water flow getting in the way. And it doesn't take long before you start to hear the kind of low ambient hum of chatter and distant voices. The thief that leads you along holding their lantern as rats scurry to keep up with them beneath their feet, and one sits on their shoulders. They occasionally kind of whisper and mutter to it. They turn to you and say in Thieves' Cant, "Have you been acquainted with us before?"
Nah. Ain't from around here.
And do you say this in common or return in Thieves' Cant?
I mean, I think it would be a bit of both.
Okay.
I mean, as Thieves' Cant is interspersed in other
No,
languages.
yeah, just
yeah.
Like mechanically speaking.
Yeah, mechanically Thieves' Cant.
He gives you can't really see the face behind the mask, but they kind of tilt their head to the side, and you can almost imagine they're smiling as the corners of the face turn up slightly. And as you look up, you can see a faintest bit of white light coming from a manhole that lies above you. And as they reach up and knock on the grating, as the light begins to glow brighter, they step aside away from the manhole, and almost on instinct you step back as well as you look up as the manhole is pulled away completely, and the person says in Thieves' Cant, "Welcome to the Court of Miracles."
Give them a bit of a toothy grin. Zeke follows up behind.
As the manhole is pulled away, you see what appears to be a human, not wearing the mask, but they don't seem surprised to see the two of you down there. Although they do kind of tilt their head and look at you curiously. But as your eyes kind of adjust to their bald head and the light above them, which is slowly beginning to dwindle to the late afternoon to night light of dusk. And this bald human man throws a unfurling rope ladder down, allowing the two of you to climb upwards. And the man, seeming not hostile, more just genuinely curious, kind of tilting their head to you if you approach the ladder. "And who are you?"
Just a visitor for now.
"Just a visitor for now." And they parrot you perfectly. And they kind of give you a bit of a toothy grin that matches your own, and step back away to allow you to climb up if you wish.
He will climb up and give this guy a look as though, are you mocking my accent? But, you know, whatever.
they kind of tilt their head to the side and smile at you. If they're aware that they've offended you, they seem to find it rather amusing. And as you climb up, the guard climbs up shortly behind you, although they do not climb up onto the ground along with you, and engages in a quiet conversation in Thieves' Cant with the man, allowing you a chance to take in your surroundings. Looking around, you find yourself in what appears to be a garden of some kind. You appear to be back on the surface, although all around you is fencing of iron that, while it doesn't shield you completely, it does block off physical entry, as the tops have the spikes that would make climbing a bit uncomfortable, to say the least. And there is some material that bars view from at least being immediately clear to outsiders. And blocking off one end of this seeming garden, you see what appears to be a rather large estate. You actually recognize that you've passed this place several times in your back and forth treks across the city, but just never took like much more than a second glance at it. But sitting around in the snowy garden of this estate, you can see several figures, which, while none of them wear the mask, you can hear conversations in Thieves' Cant taking place all over. And if this is the Den of Thieves, it's a little more luxurious than you expected, but it definitely seems to be the place, judging from the lingo they're using. And as you glance, you see the guard kind of giving you a salute before disappearing back into the tunnels. And the bald man pulls the ladder back up and spools it together before shoving the manhole cover back into place. And the man approaches you, and getting a better look at them now, as you can actually see them face to face without just their head haloed by the sky. You can see they're wearing a rather thick jacket against the cold, and looking closer at them, they don't appear, it's not just that they're bald, they appear to be completely hairless. No eyebrows, no facial hair, just skin. And it's a lot paler than you would expect. But the man gives you a smile, and after a moment of pause, says in your voice, "So, what can we do for you?" And they give a toothy grin that matches your own.
I'm gonna just like lift a hand and flip him the bird and start walking towards people that look more important.
And after a moment, you can hear your own voice behind you. "Fine, whatever."
That's not how I pronounce eyes. Like, fuck you. Just didn't hear me say one earlier. Whatever. Okay, that was a little better. I'm gonna turn around.
You can hear them actually laugh, which is kind of like a weird hybridization of it's kind of raspy laugh that appears to be their natural one, and your own kind of chuckle. Their imitation gets a little better with every sentence you speak. And looking around, make me a perception check.
Okay. 11.
Looking around, you see the centerpiece of this garden unsettlingly appears to be a hangman's noose. And you can see this is no ordinary garden. There appears to be stairs and what is almost a balcony constructed outside the manor, on which is where most of the people appear to sit. It keeps them off of the cold ground. There are tables and chairs set up in this upper balcony, and you actually recall being able to see the upper part of that structure, but just taking it to be like a part of a wall or something, and again, not really looking twice at it. Looking up at it, what did you get for perception again? Sorry.
11.
Okay. Looking up at the balcony, you see that at the moment, you're not sure if this is crowded by their standards or not, seeing as you've not been here before, but there appear to be 5 figures up on the balcony, and the 6th, which stands by the sewer grating. Looking up at them, most of the people here appear to be elves. You can see one elf sitting at one of the larger tables. Their face is covered by a cowl. You can only tell their elven heritage by the slight poke of ears and the unnaturally long hair that lays in uneven piles on the table before them. Sitting on either side of them, you see what you recognize as a tengu, what would be this setting's equivalent of a kenku. And on their other side, a figure wearing the Thieves Guild mask. So you cannot quite make out what they look like between that and a very heavy looking cloak they're wearing, but you can see the slight movement of arms beneath it as like your only indicator that there's even a person under there beyond that, and slight movements of the head towards you. You can also see sitting at a table by themselves, there appears to be a graying haired dwarf and an elvish woman. That is all the figures you're able to make out at a glance. You can't make out any more specifics from this distance, but they don't appear to have anyone barring your approach, seeing as you made it this far.
Sup?
You're just gonna stroll up to him?
I mean, like, I'll stop like 10, 15 feet away. I'm not gonna get all up in their business.
All right. And I'll say which, are you just talking to all of them, or like, is there a particular person or table?
Oh yeah,
approaching?
I'll interrupt their conversation. I don't care.
All right. As soon as you approach, whatever conversation was happening between them stops. And the elf sitting in the center turns their head up at you, and beneath the cloak you can just make out a grubby mud and dirt covered chin, and the gleam of what appears to be a single eye, although you can't make out any facial features or specific appearances beyond that. But they kind of look you up and down with the one gleam of an eye you can see, and do I know you?
Nah, not yet. Do you wanna?
That depends. Do you know who I am?
Ain't got no fucking clue.
What is your business in the Court of Miracles?
Got a couple businesses, actually. Got kind of a day job.
Don't
Pay
we
some
all?
bills. But a little more importantly, I'm what you could call like a liaison, I guess. For? I mean, have you been looking around town lately?
More or less. Keeping an ear to the ground. We were prepared to take our supplies and go, hence the lack of cargo. But whenever we found that a deal had been brokered, we are working on determining the specifics, but...
Well, I represent one of, like, the most important people in town. Now in town. Just now, for your convenience.
The Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency, then?
No. The Burned Hand. You know, from Amelia City. And the Black Swamp.
The Burned Hand. I can't
You
say
don't
I've
know
heard
he's
of you.
here? He's been, like, leaving marks all over town.
There's a moment of pause, and you can see the elf actually start to smirk a bit beneath the cowl, and they flip their hood back and actually allow you to get a better look at their appearance. You can see they have a head of dark brown hair that is tied back by a grubby and filthy looking black ribbon, and indeed they appear to be missing an eye. And as they lean forward to look at you, you can see the one eye they have is, for an elf, unnaturally dark. Elves tend to have very bright, sparkly eyes, but this man's eyes are dark. And as they lean forward and kind of cross their arms and tap their fingers against their forearm, they kind of smirk a bit at you. And so, an ambitious up-and-comer hoping to get into my good graces, I take it?
What, like me or him?
Either or.
got ambitions a little higher than you. Don't worry. I'm not really concerned about you. But I just wanted to kind of meet y'all and see if you wanted to meet the guy that I'm representing.
A disrespectful tone to be taking with what I would hope to be an equal. To what gain of my own would I meet with this representer of the Burning Hand?
Representer? He is the Burning Hand.
A small organization, then, I take it.
He's a bit of a strong figure.
Aren't we
Not
all?
an organization.
I see. Is this a attempt to broker a deal, a declaration of allegiance, or a declaration of war?
More of a deal. We're only in your territory for like a bit of time, few weeks, and then we'll make our way. Ain't gonna bother you.
I should hope not.
Gonna travel a bit that way. Not gonna bother you past that. Unless you want to be bothered. Do you like being bothered?
I haven't made a habit of it.
Alright. We're looking for a couple miracles around here. Wonder if you can help with that. Wonder if we can help you.
I'm listening.
Good. Then how about I go and tell him you're ready to meet?
You're talking, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, sure. 19.
Okay. Just a second. Yeah, I'm just double checking to see what happens. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I was just checking something. Utaka, you feel this slight, almost wriggling feeling in your mind. Almost like this the physical sensation of fingertips sliding around your mind. And the man is silent for a moment before. And the figure in the mask kind of twitches and turns their head to look at the elf, and a bugbear staying in the local tavern. The Burning Hand is a sigil.
You could have fucking learned that talking to him. That ain't nothing special.
Yes, but I don't quite like your tone.
Yeah, a lot of people don't.
We'll meet with the Burning Hand tonight.
Alright. I'll let him know.
Is there anything else the Court of Miracles can assist you with?
We'll see. Later
So
tonight.
we shall. Go now. Rat will show you the way back.
Sure. I leave. Magic.
Okay. All right. Indeed, as promised, the figure who has now been identified as Rat escorts you back through the sewer tunnels back the way you had come. On your way out, while the thieves do watch you quietly, you're much more the center of attention now than when you first entered. The figure who had initially greeted you, for lack of a better term, continues to kind of playfully imitate you, beginning to get better and better at it. But beyond that, you are troubled no further. as you make your way back, does anyone have anything in particular they intend to do during this particular long rest? Okay.
Yes, I do.
What would you like to do, Garrus?
I like to polish my armor.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. You all begin to sleep at the Dwarfen Tavern, continuing to help people stay warm, stay together, and with each passing day, the snow gets a little easier to traverse, and families begin to be reunited with their homes and belongings before making preparations to take them and flee the city. Utaka, do you tell Griaz what is coming, or do you simply watch and wait?
Yeah, I'll let him know.
Okay.
I'm not gonna blindside him like that. Come on.
Okay. All right, so as you guys are chilling in the tavern, we've established that you and Griaz have some space to yourself since Israel and Gaharis are more towards the front of the tavern and everyone's dealing with the different families, so the two of you have a bit of privacy from the rest of the party as it stands.
Israel gave you an up nod as you passed, and then like definitely says to Karis, "See, like he's fine, right over there." Like, but she doesn't stop you on your way to Griaz.
Okay.
I'll just like lift a piece of bread on my way and just like tear a chunk off while she's like, "Yeah, he's fine," and I'm just like looking like a savage.
Okay. Assuming you don't want to like play it out. Griaz, you are informed by Utaka that Utaka has informed the Thieves Guild of your presence. They know who you are and are coming to meet you under presumptions of negotiating with the Burning Hand.
Look,
I should have known you were up to something when I saw you carb loading like that. Nobody eats bread like that. That ain't normal.
look, I was a little hungry. It's been a long day. Don't fucking judge me.
Has it been a long day? Did you get up to something? Did you get down somewhere? Did you talk to some people about me?
I thought you wanted that. Come on. When we're in Amelia City for like a long fucking time, I was helping you with some branding, and like this is like another opportunity to brand.
I guess. I don't know. It's a force of habit sort of thing. It's like a dog peeing on a corner. You know, you're in an area and you mark it as yours.
I saw it while I was walking past. You're not being very fucking subtle, and
it's just nice when you're like in a new neighborhood. It is nice to let the residents know that you're just here, you're passing through. It's a nice little Griaz was here sort of thing. You know, just put it among the other tags. Don't mark over nobody else's. That's a hint in case you ever get your own, which we can talk about if you ever want to do that.
You want one of mine?
You got one? What are you gonna do?
How you gonna mark something? Not really a mark. I will
splash some water
pull
on it?
out one of my steel coins. No, it's like iron coins.
That's good.
I'll flip it to him.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. It's nice and subtle. It's a good way to just kind of like tell somebody you're there face to face. Yeah, I like that.
It's a little more personal. It's kind of what I was going for.
It is much more personal. So, I mean, what did you have in mind by involving us in the local criminality?
I mean, we're looking for some shit and for some people. And frankly, they're a little closer to your shit. So I don't know what you want to find out, but I figure they got more of an ear to the ground than we do. Well, we've actually been to ground. But they got more an ear to, like, the dirt here.
Turn of phrase, correct. Yes. All right, well, let's put on our mean faces and get ready for some business.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. All right. Do you want like a Wait, do you tell him my real name, or did you make up something?
No, I just called you the Burning Hand.
Oh, you made up something.
Although one of them
Okay.
was kind of like reading my mind, so he might know.
Okay. All right. Well, do you have like a name to like the Wet Bandit or something?
I was thinking the Bug Zapper.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The
Yeah?
Soggy Roach.
No.
The Dripping Spider.
Oh.
We'll workshop it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The moist
Lightning boy.
scorpion. Okay.
Please don't
Utaka?
actually call me that. To be clear, do not actually call me that.
What about Lightning Bug?
Why don't you just call me Utaka?
Yeah, all right. Yep.
Sorry.
Okay. Yep.
Some of us don't need secret identities. Some of us already have one.
I'm choosing not to say things that I have in my head that would not be productive to this conversation. Or moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
As the two of you wait in the back room of the tavern, an hour passes. 2. Gaharis, by this point, has polished his armor and nodded off to bed.
Whoa there, champ. I didn't say I was going to bed.
Oh, what's your plan then?
Well, I want to know who's keeping watch, because there's no way I am waiting in this tavern without a watch order set up. Which is why I am so close to the door in the first place.
Okay. Do you want to stay up and keep watch for now then?
I will keep first watch.
All right, make me a perception check.
Sure. Well, that's, we're going to start the new year with really bad rolls, I guess. That is, with advantage, a 8.
Okay. Gaharis, you stay up for the first few hours, not wanting to let your guard down. Your armor freshly polished and scary looking. You see Utaka comes in with a few friends they seem to have made while on the outside, but you don't pay it too much mind. You could have sworn you saw Utaka go by earlier, but it's probably nothing. Utaka may have just slipped out and come back.
For what it's worth, Ron will always
Take last watch? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess Israel, do you want to take second? Okay. Utaka and Grias. It's been about 2 hours, 2.5, and Utaka, part of you starts to cockily wonder if they're not coming. Perhaps you scared them off, or more irritatingly, perhaps they simply don't consider you worth their time. But eventually, the back door opens, and coming in, you see the gray-haired dwarf, the robed figure with the mask who had read your thoughts. You can see their head now covered with a large conical hat that keeps their entire visage completely hidden. And most confusingly for both of you, between these two is Utaka. It walks like Utaka, has the same kind of casual, vaguely cocky mannerisms. And as the three of them approach, Utaka smiles at Utaka and smiles, and in an uncanny thing of your voice, sup?
Yeah, I knew you were a fucker.
Yeah, I knew you were a fucker. You can see the dwarf smile a bit. You can see on closer inspection, they appear to be bald, covering it with a simple tricorn, but their beard is deeply grayed with age and is tied into essentially what would be a ponytail, but in beard form. And they kind of smirk a little bit, and I'd suggest you keep talking to a minimum. It's only going to get more uncanny.
I really don't fucking care.
Don't fucking care.
So Gria's kind of seeing this. He's just gonna pop down his Omni-Sight goggles, just like off his forehead real quick. With True Sight, what would he see second Utaka as?
Let me actually double check because I want to see if this actually would be affected by True Sight. See invisible
It
creatures and
looks through
objects.
shape
detect
changers.
Okay. Griaz, as you pull down your goggles and curiously inspect the second Utaka, it's just Utaka. The goggles don't reveal anything.
Did you happen to involve yourself in the process of mitosis and create a second version of yourself?
Create a second version of yourself.
I kept my toes put away.
All right, well, that's how it happens. That's just science. Okay.
That's just science, okay?
I want to address the door. How are we supposed to have a conversation if this individual is going to repeat everything that we say?
Ignore him. He's trying to learn. Yep, trying to learn.
I'm gonna teach you a lesson here. Damn.
All right, and the dwarf pushes Utaka, their Utaka, to the side, and gives you a tip of their tricorn. And I presume I'm speaking to the Burning Hand, all two of them.
Yeah, the two that are important you're talking to right now.
Ah. He looks around at everyone, mostly being either asleep or simply not paying too much mind. You can see several people take a visible second look at there being two Utakas. The thieves Utaka just giving a wave, and whenever their Utaka waves, the people just kind of stare for him before just kind of moving on. It seems at this point you guys being weird has just become a quiet, accepted thing in the town. And the dwarf sits. The road figure remains standing at their side, and Utaka, your duplicate, sits cross-legged across from you and just stares at you. And the dwarf speaks. So what sort of negotiation are you hoping to achieve with the Thieves Guild? I was told that this is less of an alliance, but also not quite a declaration of war. More a general statement of existence and hope for negotiation. What do you want?
Don't want any bloodshed. Starting with that. It wouldn't be fair to y'all anyway. No, we're just passing through. Not looking to put down roots in any serious way, but we absolutely do have our business in this town, and we're hoping that y'all just right beneath the floorboards might hear what's going on above. We're willing to pay for information. If not in gold, then perhaps services or trade. But, you scratch our back and we'll scratch yours. Just that simple.
Very well. What sort of information are you hoping for?
Well, see, we've been having some trouble with these red side folks for quite a while now. Sure, you're more than aware of the war going on between this and that. There's, y'all familiar with the red side?
The Children of the Red Eye. They sabotaged the experiment in Vale Bright, and the way I heard it, were intending to further incite conflict for the Bluefield War. Way I heard it, your organization put a stop to that.
Put a stop to some of it. Few battles haven't won the war. Anyway, they're probably not done with this here municipality. And so we got a couple of their agents, but we haven't gotten the head honcho just yet. Yeah, and as soon as we do, sooner we move along. Got y'all's hair. So y'all could help us at least just figure out who that might be, if they're here, or at least when they show up. That's all I'm asking. That's all I need.
And just how valuable is this information to you, if we possess it?
Well, I suppose that's where the negotiation part comes in, doesn't it?
I will freely admit that our own head honcho has been quite clear that we are to stay out of Children of Red Side affairs. So we try to avoid striking bargains with them any more than necessary. However, we have a passing familiarity of their membership. As for leadership, we know that one of their generals, for lack of a better term, is in the immediate area as we speak. But as for the man above the man, I'm afraid they're not here, at least not now. They've paid visits here and there, but
All right. Well, hey, it's not the worst thing in the world to get a second in command. What
Not at all.
information give me on this general?
how much are you willing to pay? You'll have to make it worth your weight in gold, given that our negotiations with this general have been quite profitable for us in the past. So you will need to pay us all that profit we'll be losing out on by giving them over to you, and with some interest to make up the difference.
Buddy,
What'd
I
they
just
pay
helped
you?
stop. What did they pay you?
500 gold for our silence, and for use of Jor's ports.
I will withdraw from a clearly magical bag a unnaturally sharp hand axe and spin it around a little.
Is this a threat or an offer?
More an offer.
And the hooded figure, or rather the figure concealed beneath the mask and hat, leans towards you with these kind of unnaturally stilted movements, Utaka. And no hands emerge, but you can see almost the crook of arms cradling extend out, still hidden beneath the cloak, but the indents of the cloak are making the motion itself visible to you. Care to allow us to identify it, search it for curses and traps, and see how much this is actually worth?
Sure, catch. I'll toss the hand axe.
The
Robed figure.
person in the
Not
robe actually... No, I know. Just,
Like,
yeah, they kind of fumble a little bit, and you notice, despite you seeing the motions of arms, you're not seeing the movement of fingers, but they catch the axe clumsily in the crook of their arm and start to just kind of stare down at it, presumably identifying it. While that's happening, the dwarf kind of leans back and, assuming the worth of this item is equivalent to the general's identity, more out of my own curiosity than anything else, what do you plan to do afterwards?
Once we find out at least who is going to resolve our personal issues, we will likely try to apprehend them. As far as I've been able to tell, this organization has been pretty successful with doing that alive rather than dead.
Quite.
Rehabilitate, perhaps. If not, in prison.
Don't mistake interest for sympathy. What you do with them is not my concern, but I have to look out for my leader's profit margins. Again, this has been a lucrative deal that we're potentially losing out on, so I want to make sure.
I actually do have to ask about that. Has it been actually lucrative? Because y'all were about to lose your city.
It was less we were losing our city, my friend, and more the deed is changing hands, but the real owners remain in place. Cities come and go, but Have you ever seen a court of miracles truly lose their place with the city's conquest?
I have, actually. It's not pretty. Sometimes changing hands, it's a little dirty.
I'll give you
And
that.
sometimes I gotta warn you, when you got people who speak undercommon, they're not afraid to go into sewers.
Oh, we're well aware of that. And he looks to the hooded figure, who kind of looks up from their identification curiously, and the dwarf makes a motion of pulling something back, and kind of adjusting the axe to be nestled in one crook, they raise their robe and start to pull their hat and mask down, and you see the head of a massive mantid. The eyes bugged, antennae waving in the air, and mandibles pincing in front of them, and they kind of tilt their head at you curiously. And common or undercommon, everyone wants to profit, and it is more profitable to deal with us than without us.
It's fair enough. You know, I didn't even get your name. We've been trading this and that. My name's Griaz.
Pleasure. I simply assumed you would be the Burning Hand.
We're doing business. We don't need to be dealing with weird titles that may or may not have been made up on the spot.
It was a little catchy.
It's
Come
not bad.
on.
I'm going to be using it in the future, but I mean, come on, we've been trading chops back and forth enough. But you can address me as Griaz.
Well, then I suppose it's only fair. And he holds out a small, stubby dwarfen hand. Estomar.
Pleasure to meet you. I'll do the like medieval grapper on the wrist sort of thing, check for knives sort of thing.
Yeah, which he actually returns in kind, and smiles even broader. And I'll give you credit. You're much more personal than your rude compatriot.
He has his charms.
I didn't insult anyone. All I did was talk. Fuck.
If you can't take him at his worst, then you don't deserve me at my best.
This is not me at my worst.
It's really not. We would be surrounded by fire and lightning if he was at his worst.
Oh. Mantis, any reports? They look up from the axe. Which axe did you hand them, Utaka?
It is a +1 hand axe.
Okay.
Just an uncommon +1.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting my so many different folders, so little time. There we go. There's a pause from the figure who's now been identified as Mantis. Although whether that's a code name or a true name, you don't know. And they look up and look to Estomar, and the deal is fair.
Oh,
although there is interest to be paid.
All right, good. I really didn't want to keep both of them anyway, and I'm just gonna pull out the second hand axe.
How rare is that exactly? It's an uncommon find, but a valuable one. 200 gold, and I'll give you a name and a description.
I'd rather just give you another fucking hand axe.
We'll take that and perhaps be a bit more generous in how specific we are.
Great. Glad we can be friends. I'll hand over the second hand axe.
Yeah, and this is also +1?
Yep.
Okay. The Mantis identifies it. Only a moment passes as the dwarf watches patiently, but just kind of tapping their fingers. And The mantis looks at them and silently, but nods. And the dwarf smiles and turns to look at the two of you. All right, fair is fair. Although I can't guarantee you're going to like the answer.
As long as it's true, I'll like it just fine.
We may deal in lies, but we do not sell them. Unless they try to be clever with a con. But I trust Mantis's ability to identify an item just as I trust you to show some discretion in where you got your information from.
Always. I'm hoping discretion and generosity can be the cornerstones of our relationship. We're not fighting for any thrones, and like I said, we'll move along as soon as our business is done.
Travel
It's
where the
just
money goes, as they say.
Something like that.
The pirate that accompanied you into town, Brooke Buckler. She and her crew have been dealing with the Children of Red Sight for nearly a decade now. We've been keeping quiet about those operations as we reap a return of the profits from her smuggling whenever she makes a stop in Jor. Hence her ship being docked here. What exactly she wants with the cult, I didn't ask, nor did we particularly care. But we can confirm that she is of use to them. She was in Veilbright during the battle, and likely had some important role to play.
I want to do an insight check.
Make an insight check.
Can I also...
You want to roll separately, or just give Griaz advantage?
I'm gonna look a little suspicious and like furrow my brow, but I'll just give him advantage.
All right. Griaz, roll insight with advantage.
Glad I did that. So that is a 21.
All right. And what was the first roll out of curiosity?
That was a 12.
All right. Both of you feel like Istomar is being honest. You can tell they're speculating a little bit on how deep the connection runs, but in terms of the sheer facts, they seem to like they're being honest. Brooke Buckler has been working with the Children of Red Sight for almost 10 years and makes regular pit stops in Jor, where the Thieves Guild reap a return of the profits on her smuggling operations in exchange for allowing her use of their dock. And again, it appears to be speculation, but they seem to at least suspect that they are a high-up member, given that they were in Veilbright at the time of the planned besieging.
All right. Well, transaction completed, I suppose. Let this be the first of hopefully many deals, trades you and the Burning Hand engage with.
I'll let my boss know to spread the word that the Burning Hand is to be trusted among our kind. Perhaps we'll meet again in another court. And again, I will trust you to be silent about where you got this information from. In the event that it goes poorly for you and the good captain simply kills you all, I would hate to lose a valuable customer.
You can count on our discretion. And should there be anything that you or the court need in our time here that we would be capable of, doesn't hurt to ask.
I have some ideas. I have some ideas, but I'll have to run it through my boss to see where we're at on that. If you're still in town and we have any errands that need running, we'll be sure to let you know. And with that, he gives a nod, and the mantis stows the axes away into their robe. And Utaka, you can now imagine that their arms match their manted head, given, again, the lack of finger movement with the movements of the arms. And your duplicate, was still not breaking eye contact with you, sits up with them, and the dwarf gives a bow. And
I do have one last question. I'm willing to trade information for information if that's something, or, just a little bonus, call
Shoot.
it that. But what is your copycat?
Oh, they are not a thing, they are someone. They are simply talented with mimicry and disguise. If you ever need a place infiltrated, Octopus is your man. Octopus is your man, the duplicate parrots.
Okay, but I mean, are we talking changeling, doppelganger?
Neither.
Uh,
Simply makeup and a talent for mimicking the voice.
You telling me you fucking slathered blue all over yourself? Do you know how fucked up that is?
Your duplicate gives a shrug, and again, in your voice, it's still a little sloppy, but relatively passable. If it works, don't it? I mean, if I wasn't you, I bet you wouldn't be able to tell. And you notice they're doing your hand movements, like the slight tilt of your head, like all the little subtleties in the way you talk, they're imitating.
the fin ears, it's uncanny. I mean, they're just, yeah.
You have no idea how hard it was to get the wet look without making the makeup run. It was such a pain in the ass.
I was just about to ask. I'm fascinated. Are you just forcing yourself to sweat?
And the dwarf actually kind of smirks a bit and pipes up over Octopus. Water resistant makeup, and they went for a sprint in the sewers before coming here. So yes, it's sweat.
Disgusting. Yeah.
Disgusting.
Dedicated.
Yeah.
No, don't do that. I can still kill you. Okay. All right. Y'all don't be strangers. Okay.
A pleasure. Oh, and if we should happen to meet on the streets, my real name is unknown to you. Simply call me Cat.
Okay.
Sure.
Y'all just animals. Okay.
It's a tradition.
Fair enough.
And if you do hear rumors, footsteps of the head honcho showing up, you'll give us a heads up.
He looks to Mantis, who, as they're putting their hat and mask back on, the deal is fair. Sure. We'll send Octopus to inform you.
Good enough. You put my face on again, I'll fucking kill you.
Oh, relax. I'm actually more interested in trying this one.
Yeah, how would you
know,
do that? Would you like wear like stilts or something?
And how are you going to do the long arms? I'm honestly wondering about that.
Oh, I have these little things I build. They're like long little grabby hands, and I keep a lot of furs that I picked up from pirates and smugglers. So I'll probably just put some of that on and have little grabby hands.
Okay, that's fine. If you want to do that in your room, that's fine. But if I see you doing that, I have something else that can copy things, and I will feed you to it.
Noted.
All right.
Pleasure.
Pleasure. Good to meet the two of you. Let this be the start of a long and happy relationship between the Thieves Guild and the Burning Hand. Come along, we're leaving. Octopus, take the lead. And Octopus kind of adjust themselves a little bit and completely replicating Utaka's stance, leads the two of them out and starts striking up like deceptively casual and friendly conversation with the dwarf and Mantis as the door shuts behind the three of them as they leave.
I want to say, just as the dwarf stands up, I do want to, as he whistles for Octopus, I want to whistle and have the chair he was sitting in revert back to a shield and just kind of like hop up on the table.
You can see they kind of look, and there's a moment of hesitation before you can see a broad smile, and I suppose that's fair. You're a clever bugbear, Grias.
All right, y'all have a safe walk home.
You have a safe sleep. And with that, the three leave. Harris, as you're continuing to keep watch for any intruders, you see Utaka walk by again with the friends they were chatting with, seeming like they're heading out to probably just go party somewhere for the night. At this point, it's about midnight. Yeah. What's the matter to you? I was just going out to look for bugs. Jeez. Yeah, snow bugs. You don't know about snow bugs? Make an H check.
Sure. So that is a nat 20 for a total of 22.
You are not convinced that snow bugs are a thing, but Utaka seems to genuinely think they are.
Do I believe this is
Also, they
Utaka?
can't hear you.
I fixed
Nope.
it.
No.
Oh, okay, good.
I feel like this is Harris's pride, where Otaka's like, yeah, snowbugs are real, and Harris is like, yeah, duh, of course, I know what snowbugs. Shut
Yes,
up.
and with what you rolled, yes, you believe this is Utaka, and you're pretty sure snow bugs aren't a thing, but it seems Utaka does think they are.
And Utaka... We have literally not seen Utaka for what, like 2 hours? In between the dealings?
Well, you saw Utaka come in, and now
Right.
Utaka's just leaving.
But with all these strangers is my real question.
Yeah, but they came in with them, so you just assume they were friends they made on the town.
But also, I didn't see Utaka leave.
Yeah, well,
And
yeah,
I
so
don't
you
know
saw...
how Utaka made friends, because these people were not in the tavern.
Yeah, basically, from your perspective, Utaka came in with these two people, went into the room where you know they've been staying most of the time, and then left, like they're leaving about 20 minutes later.
Okay. Well, have a good night. I am pretty sure you're not going to find any, but good luck.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll be back in a bit. And with that, Utaka leaves with dwarf and strange masked figure in tow. I will say, Garrus, given your earlier encounters, you do recognize the mask the taller figure was wearing as being the Thieves Guild mask, but that's the only thing about these people that particularly stands out to you.
Okay. Is the... Nope, never mind. I'm good.
Okay.
I will roll back over and go to bed.
Okay. You all get a long rest. And Griaz, Utaka, as you awaken the next morning, do you wish to go to the party and pass on what you know, or simply settle in for some downtime?
We can probably chat over breakfast, but if there's blizzard going on outside.
Well, the blizzard by this point is mostly past. It's just clearing out the snow for the most part now. So, with that said, as breakfast is distributed, again, given you guys save the town, and also they're more in like survival mode at this point than anything, breakfast is distributed free of charge. The dwarves running the place kindly offering their cooking. And as you guys gather in the back room, the dwarves kind of usher people out, seeming to kind of enjoy that kind of conspiratorial thing of like, ooh, they're important people and they probably got important stuff to discuss. So they kind of usher some people out. And other than some of the dwarf kids occasionally trying to peek in and listen, you guys have some privacy in the back room where Utaka and Griaz have been sleeping as you all dine over breakfast together.
The fuck is a snowbug?
What are you talking about?
That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I'm gonna fucking murder him.
So...
Are you saying there's two of them?
Thank the gods, no. I'm mean that with nothing but love. No, so Utaka, if you don't mind me kind of shortening the story. So
Yeah, sure.
okay.
Big honcho.
Utaka did a little bit of walking, then he did a little bit of talking. Sure did. And then he decided to let his mouth just go ahead and run. About
I could have
me.
said a lot more.
You could have. That is always true. But apparently Utaka went and said to the Thieves Guild that I'm some sort of comparative criminal mastermind to them. And so they came and met with he and I.
Congratulations on your business venture.
Uh,
She just started deadpan. So she's like,
it actually was pretty successful. All in all, we got the information that we were looking for, made a sufficient trade. No blood was shed. The individual that Yuga Harris spoke to is apparently just somebody who's really good at costuming. So
Yeah, it's really fucked up.
yeah, real dedicated, real Daniel Day-Lewis. So actor I knew.
Oh.
Just yeah, really committed to the role.
Yeah, this fucker like slathered blue all over himself. Like that's fucking racist.
It kind of is. Yeah, I didn't think about
Yeah,
that.
like
Blueface
really is.
Yeah, Blueface is not okay.
how is it more racist than the other? Like, I guess it's racist in all the directions. Is that what we're going with here? Makeup is racist? I don't know. That's complicated. That's a complicated kind of.
We'll put all of our
consideration
feet
here.
down just as a bunch of white people playing characters, that if you paint your skin to look like somebody else's skin, it's not great. Don't do it.
Well, I mean, he's already a criminal, so like, I don't know where this lies on the ethics scale compared to things they've probably already done.
I think we're getting a little off topic here.
Probably.
What
information were you all looking for anyway?
We were trying to figure out who the Children of Red Side folks, who was kind of in charge around here, since we caught those other two, but we need to know. So the information we got says that it is Brooke Buckler.
As he's about to say this, can I see how many people are paying attention to us? Are they really far enough away?
This is
well, go ahead and make me a perception check, but I will say I'd mentioned earlier that the dwarfs like cleared most of the people out of the back room so that you guys could have some privacy.
Most of the people is not all.
No, that's fair. I was just pointing out like if that helps. But yeah, if you want to go ahead and roll perception to make sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna drop a luck point because the first one was shite, and the second one is a 21. It went from an 11 to a 21, if that matters.
You look around to kind of you're putting a hand on Grias to make them pause as you look around, and as you search the area, you almost miss it, but you can see the door is opened just a crack, and you can just make out someone peeking in through it. But as you kind of squint to look at them, and that you see them kind of jolt and run off and shut the door, it appears to have just been one of the dwarf children listening in. Beyond that, as you look around carefully, there does not appear to be anyone else eavesdropping, although granted, the children could be continuing to listen outside the door.
All right. Well, yeah, Doc is right. So he'll just like grab a scrap of napkin or something like that, and then just scroll out on it, Brooke Buckler, and just kind of slide it to the middle of the table. It's somebody we already know.
I have forgotten who this person is, so if I do already know them.
The pirate captain who was with you guys going to ground and then to shore. Your plan was to take their ship to get to the Black Swamp faster before plans changed. You recall that they possess some sort of curse that
Those
they're all Barbosa.
Yeah.
So as far as I know, the individual we spoke to is being honest, but I gotta be honest. I knew Brooke a long time ago, and for her to get mixed up with Children of Red Side, I mean, I know they weren't in a good spot with this whole curse thing going on, but her just to lie to our faces like that is honestly very much in character, and I'm honestly kind of proud of her. But
Are you thinking it's a rock and a hard place sort of situation for them, or might it be these people are simply mistaken, being misdirected by an illusionist who perhaps appeared as the pirate captain? They're known to wear whatever face they want.
it's true, but at least when I spoke to Brooke, that was, as far as I know, Brooke, I mean, she remembered me. Seemed generally concerned about her crew as well and the predicament that they're in. I think it might be more of a rock and a hard place kind of situation, but I don't know, part of me just wants to see if she was forced into this or if she genuinely wants this. I want to give her an honest shot because there's been plenty of times she could have stabbed me in the back and didn't.
I mean, she certainly had plenty of times the whole time we were traveling with her and didn't.
Exactly.
So it certainly simplifies things if she is the cult's liaison.
Not
We
to
just
mention,
simply go and talk to her.
not to mention, she is currently with some of our agents and allies right now. We should
Which might not
probably
be the
check on
best
them.
thing, but water under the bridge.
Where did we leave Brooke?
I think
They-
she's
they-
with little.
They are with the poachers and other people and the mercenaries you hired outside of Jor, with the intent that they'll basically sort of bodyguard people who are evacuating the city. So you left them at the edge of Jor, going to ground. So on the northern border of Jor.
I mean, this whole evacuation thing is supposed to like take a while anyway. So we got a little bit of time to go out there. I don't think she's dipping right now. We haven't given her any fucking reason to.
It's true.
Is that this
The other important note was that Brooke is not the top. She was described as a general. So, I mean, still probably who we're looking for, but the person did say that the top person does show up every now and then, just not super often.
Then perhaps we should pay a visit to our allies and oversee how some of the evacuation is going over the next week or so.
I would like to have a chat with Brooke and just see what we can see. The most important thing, the contingency that I want to impress on all of you based on the deal that Utaka and I made, is that none of this gets back to Brooke or anyone. As far as y'all know, there ain't no Thieves Guild at all. It is a happy, law-abiding city with no criminality whatsoever, not even a little bit.
Yep, because that's completely believable by everyone's stretch of the imagination.
Not to mention that one of the Duchess's daughters literally was coming from there when I first encountered them.
Really?
People are weird.
Yeah. And
That's interesting.
I give the stink eye to Utaka, like, don't go bothering this little girl who just lost her sister.
I give him a look that says, I think I know something that you don't know.
A lot of dialogue happening with looks.
Yep.
Israel has returned
looks are
her
saying a lot
looks
right now.
to her breakfast. Like, she's just now like head down, like I'm not involved any longer in this
Riaz gives a look
conversation.
that's the first 3 pages of Moby Dick.
Call me Ishmael.
Told me Ishmael. Long time ago.
So, what are the plans for the day?
Well, we just cut short our whole, I guess, plan to stay for, what was it, a month?
Did we?
We could have, if we want to do anything about that, or we could still stay the month, like.
I mean, something happens to her, yeah. Guy might not show up. Or we could stick around, wait for a guy to show up, track her down.
Or we wait a bit, deal with her maybe when he's en route. I don't fucking know.
I'm thinking of doing a little bit of reconnaissance today. Just checking in on her in probably animal form, to be honest. And just, like I said, I knew her once upon a time, just seeing if anything seems out of line. I knew her also before I could turn into animals, so that's beneficial too.
I am pretty sure she's seen you be the longest horse, though.
But I won't be a long horse. I'll be like a long chipmunk or a long winter fox.
Yeah, okay.
The winter fox is probably less uncanny, easier to hide in the snow.
Like a long snow hare.
You mind if
Probably.
Garnet rides along with you?
I should probably be a toad then. So we can cross some water. It's in my nature. I don't know. Yeah, that's fine. All right,
I mean, also, whatever you turn into, you're going to want to make sure that it's winterproof.
That's true. Yeah.
That's why I said it when you said the fox thing. I don't get the toad thing. Tell me about it later.
Is Garnet going to be okay?
It's a swamp story.
In a snowstorm? Or in
She's
snow
magical,
in
isn't
general?
she?
I've never seen scorpions in the snow.
They are more of a desert animal, correct?
The desert gets very cold, but I don't know if it's equivalent.
But she's also magical, though, right? Because there's that one time she just up and fucking disappeared.
Is that true?
I thought Utaka was going to murder me. Anyway, having some flashbacks.
Look, she's a little better than us.
Judgy. Yeah, no.
I mean,
answer, yes, your scorpion can ride along.
All right.
So I suppose that leaves the three of us? I looked at Evron and Israel.
If Brooke is our target, or any others, and we are here, we should continue to act as normal. So, normal daily routine, I guess, would be the best to go unnoticed. Besides, there are things that we can do here to help out. Maybe move the evacuation along, or check up on the political hostages.
Those are very
Not
good
to-
ideas.
Not to mention, right, as much as we should give the benefit of the doubt to these two dancers, we still need to make sure that the Children of Red Sight objectives are not fulfilled. I think their target was the two daughters and Sergeant Pierce, so perhaps keeping a tab on them would be beneficial as well.
I think they've already been talking to one of them.
Indeed. It was Sergeant Pierce, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that is correct.
No, one of the daughters.
They'd said that they had sympathies, but not that the Dark Elves had specifically spoken to them. The Cult of Red Sight had contacted the daughter.
Yeah, because
I
think I remember
as far as I recall
that they hadn't had any effective communication with the royal family.
I don't think that's true. And I think you heard something and I heard something that makes me think it really ain't true. And we heard something, I'm like, look over at Griez. Are you following?
No,
so confused.
You're saying lots of some things and not a lot of anything.
All right. Okay, fine. So the the people that we definitely didn't meet, we weren't actually talking to their boss because their boss had just left for a while. And you're saying you saw her coming from that direction wearing that mask. I think they work for her. And if that's true, they've already been dealing with the cult red site, and they've met with Buckler multiple times.
She's like a 12-year-old girl, right? Matt? Matt! Matthew?
There's three pronouns being thrown around. I don't know who's who anymore.
She's not 12.
She's basically 12.
She is.
You're gonna be like, she's 6. It's gonna make everything.
She's
She's like anime protagonist age. She's like 16 or something.
hang on, I have her age written
It's
down.
my first day of 7th grade.
By those logic, she could look like she's 10 but be 1,200 years
Yeah.
old. You know.
Well, we know she's the younger daughter, and we know they're half-orcs. Or at least orc-descendant humans. I don't think they can live that long.
She's 18.
How old was the older sister?
Just really
21.
short.
Okay. Putting these in context. Okay. That makes me feel a little bit better about threatening murder on an 18-year-old.
Wow, I feel less guilty all of a sudden.
Yeah, oh man, like the waves of guilt are washing over me. And if she is the head of that thieves guild, it makes me feel less remorseful.
We did promise them we wouldn't let this come back around to them telling us who she was.
So what you are saying is that a member of the noble house, who is barely an adult, is in charge of the entire thieves guild?
I think she's having some fun in her spare time.
So what they're saying is I have dangled the leader of the thieves guild over a cliff and threatened to kill them?
Probably.
You did what?
You did that?
They snuck up on me, and we were trying to get in through the gate. Griaz was in combat, and I figured, if they get in the way...
Huh.
There's some muttering of like, if there was ever evidence for like a god watching over us, that has to be now. Like some sort of muttering to that nature, just as she's like rubbing her forehead, going like, how could this even?
Ron's shaking his head like, did you use my name? You told them you were Evron. It's not an Evron thing to do. Like, how could you?
Then, we had some words. I said, to be honest, who are you? Which is a much more convincing argument when you are dangling over a cliff. It really ensures that they don't lie. Really. And say...
Or maybe that they tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear.
I'm pretty good at, knowing when people lie. Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
I also
like
think I
next
magically
time-
compose
the number on you.
them.
I feel like next time you should take the commander of the city and I'll go to the castle. It's not how you treat nobility.
They
guys.
weren't dressed as nobility, nor were they dressed as...
I mean, to be honest, that's not how you treat anybody, Harris.
They were a thief, or at least believed to be a thief at the time.
I thought that they might be an assassin.
Did they steal anything from you?
I feel like
They
we're
steal
all
anything from
judging
me.
Gaharis quite intensely right now. Gaharis
I
was
mean, he
attacked
spotted
near
a
a
cloaked
cliffside.
figure escaping from the citadel that he was trying to enter. I think that in the case of imperfect information, it was probably a realistic reaction. Is it
We all
great in
did things
hindsight?
that day
No.
that we're not really proud of. Some of us might have engaged
No,
in
I
chemical
did
warfare.
great, actually. I don't think I did anything wrong.
To be honest,
Hastening a blizzard was definitely not doing anything wrong.
it went swimmingly. So despite if I did not follow protocol, I got the results. And that is the most important thing.
I got results too.
I look at everyone.
I mean,
I'm a loose cannon cop that doesn't play by the rules.
What's done is done, and all in all, in the last 2 days, no one's died, so I think that's deserving of a drink. I'm gonna go get a drink now, and I'll buy a round for all of you as a good job. You got things done. I am proud of you all.
And no one's dead. True. True.
As soon as he gets out of earshot, I just mutter, that we know of.
Israel is making eye contact with Utaka as she said, no one's dead. And there's a conceivable yet in her eyes. But only to Utaka. Because they just look at each other.
Yeah.
All right.
After the mugs,
Nobody, no crime.
I'm going to look to see if there are any job boards up. Perhaps there are monsters to slay, or any help to be done for Zoa's leaving. Earn a little bit of coin. To pay off the fact that we bought eggs.
Like stuff to do during our downtime here while we're waiting?
Yes.
Or like, okay, gotcha.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll only be 4 hours tops, so I think. No, wait, 6 hours. Hey, look at that level up. So yeah, I'm not going to be all day or nothing. I'll be back for dinner. So hopefully I'll have something to report. This won't be a massive waste of time.
How many miles is that camp out of the city? Roughly.
In miles, it's just a couple miles out. You guys left it about just like a mile out of the city. Yeah, like a mile or two.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that I feel like we sent word back though, didn't we? It's one of the poachers saying.
Yeah, I've sent it to Titanus.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they know to wait out there for you, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
If it's a mile, I would send Naden.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember you were able to use Naden to communicate, basically. So.
Yeah. Naden's just gonna hang out that way. And,
okay.
All
right.
He's not spying on anyone. I just want him to make sure that the 3 people I'm paying money for are
Don't
doing
die.
their job and not dying.
Okay.
Ideally, not dying.
Yeah. Well,
We'll prioritize employee safety first.
All right. Avron, as you buy a round of drinks for a job well done from your team, prevented a battle, more children of Red Side have been captured and identified, and for all you know, the leader may be on their way here. Griaz, you go to wild shape spy on your old friend turned potential cultist. As Geharis, Israel, and Utaka, you set about seeing to personal business, overseeing the evacuation, and Utaka has different plans.
I'm gonna chill in the tavern and watch through Garnet's eyes as she rides Griaz.
Okay. All right, so Utaka and Griaz both spying on Griaz's old friend turned cultist. Geharis, Israel, and Ivran go about overseeing the evacuation after Ivran provides a well-deserved round of drinks.
I'm looking for jobs.
Yeah, and checking the job board. With that, we're going to take a break.
All right, first break of the new year. Let's do it. We'll be right back. Let's say at 10:05. That's 13 minutes? 13 minutes. So we'll see you in 13 minutes. Don't go anywhere or I will know and I'll cry. And you don't want my new year to start like that. So we'll see you all soon. And we're back. I'm sorry about that, L. I am so sorry that I am a terrible, terrible liar. But, we had to make some adjustments. One of our players was feeling sick, so.
Yeah.
So sorry, not sorry, L. You better love me.
All right. Are we ready to dive back into the
Heck
Goldshine
yes.
investigations? Okay. Griez, we'll start with you.
Nifty. So he is gonna probably get a decent ways outside of town. So there's a couple miles. He's not gonna waste his wild shape time because he wants. Yeah. So he'll get. He's got pretty decent perception, so he'll get at least to where he can kind of hear movement, kind of judge by tracks that there's people relatively near. And then he will wild shape into and at this point he Garnet is kind of just like in his fuzz.
Yeah.
And he will wild shape into an Arctic fox, which he has done before. And he'll kind of just scurry through the snow and try to keep hidden for the most part. But we'll try to get to where he can determine where Brooke is. And the fox does have excellent hearing, so he is going to be focusing on hearing predominantly, at least as a start, and then maybe use his second round of wild shape to move in closer and see if he can determine anything else if he hasn't picked up something in the meantime.
So you're going to stay out of eyesight, but try to listen for anything notable?
Yeah, he's mostly just like Arctic fox, trying to hide in the snow, not really moving too much. I mean, he'll peek up if he can, but he's trying to figure out what she's saying, and then the second half is when he'll get in close and see if he can figure anything else out.
Okay. All right, noted. So, making your way to the north of Jor, you make your way up the path, and sorry, I lost track of my notes for a minute there. Sorry about that. Making your way up the path through the snowy forest, you make your way to where, at the very least, you last recall seeing your compatriots. And indeed, in the distance, you can hear the, at this point, rather large merry band you guys have assembled. And taking your time, you sit and you listen. There's not too much being discussed at the moment, although you can hear Brooke among the group. From the sounds of it, she is currently just speaking to entertain her crew, and from the sounds of it, the mercenaries you guys hired. You do not hear the poachers, but you imagine they're probably present, just not speaking as much. For her part, as you listen in, Brooke's conversation is mostly rather casual. The group is discussing what is going on in the city. It appears that they've gotten wind of it from the people that have already left. Swapping stories from their mercenary and smuggling work. Brooke even occasionally leads the merry band you guys have assembled into something that resembles a tune, sea shanties and the like. But overall, nothing incriminating you're able to pick up just from listening in.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't expect her to be, standing out there going like, boy, howdy, is it sure good to be a child of red side.
Yeah. Boy, I love being a cultist.
Okay, so he'll spend a few hours doing that, and then just very sneakily just try to get a little bit closer and closer until he's really up there. And then when he's close enough, he'll probably kind of just shrug to Garnet to skid her up and see if she can grab something off Brooke.
Okay. As you creep closer, make me a stealth check. And
Right.
because you're snow fox, camouflage, and all that, I'll give you points for that and say you have advantage.
Okay. It's a dirty 20 for the fox.
Okay. And what was the first roll, out of curiosity, or rather, what was the?
I got a 6 and a 15, and it's a +5, so it was either
Okay.
an 11 or a dirty 20.
Okay, just checking. As you start creeping towards the camp, you're able to now see it. From the looks of it, the poachers are indeed not at the camp at the moment. There's a roaring campfire with Brooke and her crew, and the 2 squads of mercenaries you guys hired in the interim. And at this distance, you can hear the conversations a little better as well. Voices drifting on the wind. You can hear Cindy, the druid girl among the mercenaries, just kind of irritably asking, when are they gonna get back with the food? Well, hunting takes a time, Miss Quill. Complaining is not going to speed up the process. Brooke kind of smiling a little bit as she overlooks everyone. And as you kind of settle into the snow to just kind of watch and listen quietly, there is a slight, just the ever so faint crunch of snow beneath your beneath your paws, and you're already ducked into the snow by this point. But Brooke actually does turn and kind of glance in your direction, not like super sharply or harsh, but more just a kind of like over the shoulder look. And after staring for a moment, just kind of thought that might have been them. Anyway, and goes back to speaking to the rest of the group. And with that, Garnet scuttles out of your fur and starts to make their way towards the campground. Is there anything in particular you're going to do or wait for, or do you just want to see what happens with Garnet and then try a new approach?
Yeah, so this is kind of, I'm interpreting that Utaka would want Garnet to kind of scurry off. So if Garnet's scurrying off, then he is just tucked down into the snow, trying to look like a little snow mound, and just waiting for Garnet to maybe return, maybe just like eyes piercing on where Garnet's going to be and make sure she doesn't get smushed.
Okay.
If it does look like somebody's going to swat at Garnet, he will do something then. So we can say that's like preparing an action or something.
Yeah. And since it's not a spell, it's not like, so yeah, that's fair. All right. Garnet begins to scuttle their way. This sort of gleaming blackish purple obsidian jewel among the glistening white snow of the forest floor. And as Garnet makes their way closer and closer to the good captain, you watch as Garnet starts to approach the hand that is resting on a fallen log of the good captain. However, as soon as Garnet starts to approach the hand, intending to get up on Brooke's arm, you can see the captain turn, and Cindy pipes up again. Captain Buckler, there's a bug on you. And Brooke looks down and raises a hand like she's going to swat at Garnet. You said you wished you had to do something?
Yeah, if Garnet looks like she's going to get swat at, Gria's still in fox form will kind of just pop out and just kind of tackle towards her leg and then just keep running by. Just try to like knock her off balance and let Garnet get away, hopefully.
Wait,
so this is kind of his, it's kind of a sneak attack. He's not really looking to, it's not.
Yeah, you're more just kind of trying to throw them off balance. So
yeah. But
that's fair.
Catch them off
guard. As you dart out of the snow, you can see all the mercenaries that are looking towards you because most of them were looking at Brooke. Kind of jolt whenever you start sprinting in, and Brooke turns to see what they're looking at and kind of impulsively pulls back. And as you just sprint by and disappear into the snow,
he's like making that horrible fox screech while he does it. And in fox, he's just shouting, "Scatter!" And
Garnet leaps off of Brooke's hand and starts just scuttling into the forest. And Brooke can clearly still see where Garnet's going, but after you've cleared out and Garnet's making their way towards the forest, Brooke just kind of shakes their head and animals. Think the poachers missed a few, eh? And the mercenaries chuckle a little bit, and she goes back to entertaining them for the time being.
Well, I'll circle back to Garnet when Garnet's far enough out of sight. And did you get anything?
Garnet kind of like wiggles a little bit, but shakes their head.
This is weird. A fox talking to a scorpion. This is odd. I'm not even using common right now. Yeah, I know. Capitalism, am I right? Yeah. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. I have no idea. Just click. Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. All right, hop on back in the fur. We're heading back into town. I don't think we're getting anything out of this particular surveillance venture.
All right. As you start making your way back, I'll say, Griaz, is there anything in particular? Basically, do you have anything else major you want to do for the time being, or are you content to just downtime with the others and see how things play out?
I think Griaz one of these nights would want to go and visit Brooke and just kind of have a one-on-one with her.
Okay.
But I don't want to impede it. And we're going monster hunting, I'm assuming, or something. So yeah, let's see what the job board has to say.
Okay. Sure. Again, we don't have to play these out in full if you don't want to, but I'll say, yeah, Griaz, by the time you with Garnet in tow return, Garnet reuniting with Utaka, you join Geharis and Israel as they approach the job board. Ivron, are you tagging along for this as well?
I think Ivron would allow Geharis to find the jobs for them. He's more so focused on like going door to door, being a Boy Scout, and helping people pack.
All right, so Ivron, you tend to the evacuations, and Griaz, by the time you return, Geharis and Israel are content to join you for approaching the job board. As you guys approach, there is indeed a board with a few things already on it. And at a glance, Israel being a professional monster hunter, you would actually know this sort of lingo, so to speak, the best. A lot of these are listed as actually being legitimately pretty dangerous and potentially challenging. At a glance, as the three of you approach the job board, Griaz regrouping with them out of fox form, I presume, after dropping off Garnet with Utaka, you see a healthy variety of potential quests on display. There have been will-o-wisp sightings, and they need somebody to chase them off, or potentially at least determine what they want, basically. There has been rumors of a mimic in the city, and they need some trained people to suss out if it actually is present or not, and if it is, get rid of it. The local Ahul population could use some culling. That job is listed as being one of the easier ones. There have been sightings of a lycanthrope and a hydra in the Kipling jungle. So those need to potentially be culled. And there are rumors of a lich being in the area, and rumors that there have been dragon sightings on the lake.
The Ahul are the like vampire bat creature things, right? The big ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why would anybody live here if they see those things?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay.
Why does anybody live anywhere?
There's just a dragon on the lake. Whatever.
I mean, this is just the equivalent of the Pacific Northwest. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, it's just sightings, and I will say to Israel, you notice that the dragon sightings in particular are actually noted to have started recently.
Mm-hmm.
Did they specify what kind of dragon?
From what, as you kind of look over Israel's shoulder to flick through the listing, the dragon is listed as from when it has been sighted, which it's noted that it's mostly seen at night on the lake. It has been described as red.
A red
So-
dragon? In
Yeah,
the-
down
wisps.
here, we're not in the mountains, are we?
Nope, we are.
It's
in
not
the
mountainous
season.
around here, is it?
There's mountains to the north, but they're
This is all
saying that
pretty
they're saying that.
flatland.
Yeah, and I'll say if you just read through the job listing more details, since this one seems to have captured your attention. Now reading it in more detail. There has been rumors over the past about given from the date they give you, which is early December, it appears that the dragon sight has been going on for a couple weeks now. That a red dragon has been seen flying up from the south and just flying around the lake. Some rumors say that it even comes close to shore before heading back south again, almost like it's just circling around. Which I will say that in particular catches your interest, Israel, because while there are mountains to the north of Mazai, there are mountains to the south, but they're like across the entire lake from you, and the closest thing to you is a desert.
Yeah, and reds don't like the desert. That's where blues live, usually.
And they haven't attacked anybody?
Is there any mention of attack?
Nope, just that it's been sighted and that they're a little worried because it's basically they say that it gets close to shore but never on it. So people are obviously concerned that it might come into shore and start causing problems. So they want somebody to just go ahead and either confirm that the sightings are fake or if it is a dragon, kill it.
So how did it not to?
Trying to identify color at night is
Especially red. Red is not an easy color.
On top
to
of that, if
identify.
they
Exactly.
are seeing it with dark vision, it would just be black and white, right?
I mean,
exactly. It's like even with the ways to see in the dark, you wouldn't be able to really see color all that well.
What was this?
If it is a dragon, I sincerely doubt it's a red.
What was that about the lich?
Yeah, and flips through some of the other listings to the lich listing.
Didn't
To
didn't
take a more detailed look,
someone
right?
says there was only one lich in the continent that people knew of?
Yeah, that people knew of, and B, you specifically asked for liches that were like big and bad,
Okay.
like big terrorizing villains.
Doesn't
Israel.
Hey,
on
if they
there
have a
says-
wanted poster for them, then they're big and bad, in my opinion.
Well, bear in mind you can get a wanted poster for like stealing something.
Hey, that just means you've made it.
But yes, Israel flicking through the listing. The thing for the lich says that a lich is actually thought to have been living in the area for potentially a very long time. There have been from poachers and hunters in the area rumors for a while now, like months and months, of there being a tower out in the Kipling jungle that supposedly a dark wizard that is thought to be a lich resides in. While there has not been confirmation of them attacking anyone, there are known to have been some disappearances in that part of the jungle.
How far away is the Kipling jungle?
The Kipling is just down south of you, although it will, if you wanted to go through it from like front to back, it would take you a day or two to cross.
That's a day or two we wouldn't be in town to...
No, that's assuming you wanted to cross the entire jungle.
Okay.
So getting to the center would probably be about a day,
Okay.
roughly, maybe less.
Here, I'll pull up my map for reference on exactly how long it would take you. But yeah, so yeah, somewhere in the Kipling jungle, there's this old, seemingly abandoned tower, but people have seen that someone who appears to be a spellcaster lives there. And while they haven't seen them attack anyone, there have been rumors of disappearances in the area.
Matt, while you're doing that, I just want to make sure we have Will-o'-the-Wisps, a Hool, potentially Red Dragon, a Hydra, a Lich, Am I missing anything?
Lycanthrope and a mimic.
Okay. Does it specify the lycanthrope?
The lycanthrope and the hydra are actually listed together. As you flick through to that one, Israel, on Griaz's behalf, this one's a little more broad. It simply says that in the Kipling jungle, there is known for a fact to be a lycanthrope living in the area and a hydra. But their territories are a little too close to the active trade routes and Jor itself. So they want somebody to go in there and kill the hydra and chase off the lycanthrope if you don't want to kill it. As long as it's out of Jor's hair and off the trade roads, they don't particularly care what you do with the lycanthrope, although it's free game if you want to kill it.
Personally, I think that one sounds interesting, especially since most of us already got silvered weapons. I always want to kill a hydra. They are real bad for swamps.
On top of that, poison stone to buzzer. 2 of us.
Well, that's what we want to do.
All right, so just to be sure, you're not going to check the other listings, but you are taking the Hydra and Lycanthrope mission?
I mean, unless you guys want to check out that dragon, I'm honestly curious about that too.
I mean, we can take both.
I mean, why not take some
out
night,
night, right?
End up, right?
Yeah. She will take the dragon one and take the Hydra Lycanthrope one.
Okay.
Harris is going to take the Lich one, but try and be sneaky about it.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Sure.
Assuming you're trying to hide it from the party, anyway.
Yeah. That's a 16.
All right.
I see everything.
Yeah.
It's like, I just barely miss it.
All right, so Israel, as you're too busy taking the 2 listings that you know the party wants, but Gri, as you watch Garrus quietly take the Lich listing as well.
You're lucky that the one with the high perception ain't no snitch.
I know, right?
I see everything and I say nothing. What was the deal with the mimic? Because isn't it weird that there's a mimic that's active in winter?
Yes, it is very unusual. And it also mentions that there's only one, which is also kind of odd.
Mm-hmm.
But it also says they're not even sure if that one's true. They just, again, want a professional to, like, confirm that there's no mimics in the area. Also, each of these are listed with a reward. Let me yank up what...
If Israel sees him eyeing like that mimic listing, she'd probably offer. Once we're back in town, that's almost going to be easy. All you'd have to do is walk around the city with Junior doing his squeeze thing, right?
Yeah. That's a one we could put on the back burner, because even if it is active, it's not going to be that active during the winter months.
Exactly. I mean, if Junior's any indication, they hate it.
All right, and the Lich. All right, for the Dragon Quest, if you confirm that there is no dragon, but you basically can prove 100% definite that there is no dragon in the area and that people are just seeing things or confusing it with a different beast, you will be paid 5,000. But if it is a dragon and you kill it, they will up that pay to 18,000. Gaharis, as you kind of peek at the Lich listing that you took, if you investigate the disappearances and find that they are indeed there is indeed a Lich out there that is kidnapping and disappearing people for whatever dark rituals they're conducting, for proof that you've taken out the Lich and that they actually were a Lich, so you'll likely need to bring in their phylactery. They promise you 3,300, and you initially think that's listed as gold, but as you kind of like look at it closer, that is 3,300 platinum. And for the Lycanthrope and Hydra job, they are offering 4,500 gold for proof of death of both the Lycanthrope and the Hydra. Although they will give you half if you kill the Hydra and just chase the Lycanthrope off. That's you. But yeah, so yeah, just to recap, that is 4,500 for the Lycanthrope Hydra mission, about 5,000 to 6,000 for confirming that it's not a dragon, but potentially upwards of 18,000 if you confirm it is one and kill it, and 3,300 platinum if you find a lich and kill it.
Israel is eyeing some of these, like she doubts that's how much they're actually going to give them, because she's like, who is funding this? Is this job board like funded by the royals? She's like looking for symbols of like who funds this board.
I will say the ones that you have specifically grabbed have the stamp of the town guard on them, the Emelian Empire seal.
They are
and
rich.
She's like, all right, that might be legit.
Yeah, because
she still does press X to doubt, but she's like, all right.
Yeah. Typically, I would say Israel, you in particular would know because this is a big business where you come from and you are professional. Yeah, typically it'll be stamped with either the local government seal or even outright the local empire sigil if it's like an important job. Which, granted, you guys went for Lich, Dragon, and Hydra, so yeah, like the government probably does get invested in that. But I will say you notice the mimic job and the mimic job and no, that one also has the guard stamp, but the mimic and Ahul jobs both just have like local signatures.
Okay.
But yeah, so the ones you took are actually like royal quests, given that these are pretty dangerous. Like I said, you noticed that most of these were listed as being very dangerous and high difficulty, professionals only kind of fare. But with that, you have taken quests. There is a Hydra and Lycanthrope out in the jungle. There is a Lich that people have been going missing around their dark tower, also in the jungle. And a dragon is said to do flybys of the lake at night and approach the shoreline a little bit closer every time. Red dragon, from the sounds of it, which is potentially dangerous, but Israel, I will say your observations are, as far as you recall, correct. That it would be unusual for a red dragon to be coming from the south when the mountains are all to the north. With that, what do the three of you want to do? You have quests in hand.
Go hunt some monsters, I guess.
Ivron, you've got a map of the area, right?
Ivron's Boy Scouting.
Oh yeah, he's Boy Scouting. Sorry about that.
Do you guys...
Any of us have a map?
You can go get it.
I know that for a fact everyone does have maps.
We'll probably need to get that, and we can plot a course that'll get us to the most places with the least amount of effort.
That sounds perfect. I am excited to go. Did I notice... Griaz noticed me take the... Lich.
Griaz, are you attempting to hide that you noticed it? Like, do you want to be subtle about it?
No, this is the and I look at him kind of moment.
I look at you.
So yeah, I'll say Garrus. Griaz knows.
Wonderful. So I'll take the back of the group as we go towards Ivron to get the maps, and I'll just mouth 30,000 platinum to Griaz.
3,300 platinum.
Oh, was it 3,300?
Yeah. Basically, so 3,300 platinum. So 3,000 platinum.
Okay. 3,000 platinum.
Although it is 30,000 gold.
It's true.
Yes.
Dang. Just well, I kind of pull Harris aside. Are you fucking kidding me?
About what?
It's gotta be a tough job if they're asking that much.
I mean, to be honest, there is no guarantee that it is a lich, or that the lich is behind the disappearances. So, one, if the lich is not behind it, and it is just a cookie old wizard, that is not kidnapping people and they are getting eaten in the jungle by beasts, then instant gold. If it is a lich, then, maybe we scout it out for a day. Maybe we do some research, get some eyewitnesses, really prepare, and then maybe ask Tails to help us.
I think we're going to have to put this up to a vote.
Is that fair? I've never fought the lich.
Yeah, same.
Or a dragon.
I didn't think there were a ton of them around. Yeah, I never fought any of them. All right. Evron. Captain, hi, Captain.
We are here for the maps. Surprise!
I'll say, Ivron, they sort of run into you while you're doing your rounds about the town. You guys find Ivron while he's like going door to door, basically.
Help an old lady.
We asked around for the silver-haired Boy Scout.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, Evron's like helping a little old lady across the street. Griaz just shoves her. Hey. A woman was assaulting you. Why don't you stopping her? Smite that bitch. Anyway, we got some.
The old lady kind of looks at you just incredulously and then just kind of hobbles off aggressively.
What can I do for you? You look somewhat excited. Good findings at the job board, then. Yeah.
They also look legitimate.
A what? Oh, the jungle. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Will you be needing my help?
If you want to come along, certainly. All of them are pretty tough if everything goes south.
The easy ones are boring. The tough ones seem interesting, but yes, we would absolutely appreciate your assistance. And I think you might have some fun with them.
And you have your maps, right?
Oh, maps. Yes, of course. Oh, no one's ever asked me for my maps. And he pulls them out, like
excellent.
All of them.
Yeah, Israel is looking for one of. You have one of the Kipling jungle to the south here, maybe with a bit of bordering with Jor.
I believe so.
And I hold my hand out for that one, and then like just spread it out against like the nearest house.
Yeah, like the old lady's house, and she just kind of grumbles. And yeah, Ivron, confirm you do have such a map? Okay.
I'm pretty sure I got like 3 of them.
Okay, just making sure.
Region.
All right. Wow.
I guess it would be a survival check, but she's going to try and plot the best course to sort of hit all the areas of investigation in sort of a circle. So like sweep south from Jor, cutting close to the coast so that when they hit closer to the coast at night, they might spot the dragon, and then sweep back in toward the center of the jungle to look for the signs of the Hydra, the lycanthrope, and the Lich, presumably, if anyone ever tells her about it. And then back north towards the city, essentially.
Okay.
In
Do assist with that?
Yeah, assist, sweep.
All right, make a survival check with advantage.
Alrighty, that is 14 plus 5. 19.
Nice. Okay, and what was your again, just for flavor?
It was 14 plus 5 for the 19, and then the other one is an 11, so it would have been a 16.
Okay. Griaz, you know the area fairly well, and Israel, you're fairly good at navigation. From the, they mentioned that the Lich's Tower is about 2 days out from Jor, and that while they don't specify where the Hydra lives, and the lycanthrope can be anywhere if it's even still in the jungle. But the Hydra, you both would know that Hydras, because Israel Hydras are particularly common where you come from, and Griaz, while they're not super common here, you at least know areas of like swampland well enough to know Hydras typically like water. So if you could, if the Hydra's anywhere, there's either a small bog somewhere in the Kipling jungle, and it's likely the Hydra's likely going to gravitate to a water source. But given that there aren't any obvious rivers, the most likely candidate would be the coastline. So if you hug the coast, you may run into the Lich's Tower because it's mentioned to be jutting off of a trade route towards the coast. The coast itself for the dragon, and that's one of the closest bodies of water. But if you want to be thorough and check both sides of the coastline for the Hydra, in total, such a trip would take you, Israel, while you say Ranger, you don't have any levels in Ranger, so favorite terrain isn't an issue. So, in total, that trip would run you, bare minimum, if you want to be thorough checking the coastline, 3 days. If you want to make absolutely sure that the jungle is clear, 6. So
I pass
basically,
on this knowledge
yeah,
to them as I'm plotting
yeah.
with the
So
Griaz as we mutter and then share for the class.
yeah,
Here's the routes we've got.
yeah. So 3 routes, or 3 days bare minimum, 6 if you want to be thorough.
So what are these jobs exactly?
Well, one of them is to ascertain and kill a Hydra and a lycanthrope that are currently menacing trade routes in the Kipling jungle. And the other one that I grabbed was possible sightings of a dragon over the lake from the coast. They say it's a red dragon, but I sincerely doubt it's a red. It's coming from the wrong direction, for one, since reds tend to live in the mountains. And not only that, it's dark, so I sincerely doubt anyone's able to get a good read on what color it actually is, other than perhaps dark.
Well, I trust your judgment. I'm glad we have a hunter amongst us. Are we all ready then?
I'm all ready. So, say the word.
Ivran will whistle for Yao to join him.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I'm assuming it's nearby.
Yeah, I mean, and if not, you can easily go grab them. But so for rule of cool, I'll say you can whistle for him.
Exactly. Rolls the map back up, hands it neatly to Ivran. Thank you.
Okay. Besides grabbing Yao, any preparations you guys want to make before you head out into the jungle?
I'll go get Aiden.
All right. Riaz, Israel, anything?
Oh,
I'm just generally collecting their warm weather gear, and just their gear to make sure that they have it all. Any they might have left behind at the inn, just get that up as they're exiting town, essentially.
Okay.
Before we leave, I would contact the poachers and ask them, in regards to the beasts we are targeting, if there are any valuable body parts that we should specifically try to preserve or to keep.
All right, and are you going to ask them for all of the beasts, Lich included, or
no,
just
I don't want them to know that I'm going after a Lich.
Okay,
they'll be like, don't do it, man. Don't do it, man.
Okay.
I already have enough people telling me no.
I need someone to say yes.
Okay. So you approach the poachers as you and Averon whistles for Yao. So you simply go to the camp, both to pick up Nate and to ask this question while you're there. And Brooke kind of gives you a friendly wave. By this point, the poachers have returned. And as you kind of call them, I'm assuming you're going to try to be relatively private. So
yeah.
You kind of call them up and, what's up, boss?
So I am going on the hunt, and I wanted your input. I am going to go after a Hydra, and are there any body parts on a Hydra that I should be looking out for to preserve or to keep, or...
Well, we've not killed one before, but know enough about them. The scales in and of themselves aren't particularly valuable, although they might be of interest to a collector. If you can find their shedded skin wherever they're habitating, that would be ideal. Those skins sell for a lot. But your best bet's going to be the center head, the head that started the thing. You can't destroy it, so you'll have to bury it after it's dead. But it stays alive, you might be able to find someone to sell it to. It'll have to be less than legitimate means. Most actual merchants won't take a living Hydra head, but if the only other option is bury it, you might as well sell it to a collector.
Are Hydras domesticatable?
I don't think so. Maybe, though. I've seen you guys do weirder.
Is that fair? Secondly,
I've heard of Hydras being in circuses, but I don't know if that counts as domestication and more just the threat of a whip.
Is that fair?
But yeah, so if we're talking valuable, fangs might still have some of the venom in them, shedded skin, and the head.
Well, right. What were the other ones? They were werewolf?
Lycanthrope and red dragon.
So I will list those two as well.
Can't say it for a lycanthrope. Isn't it just a guy? But you might be able to sell their organs to someone, maybe. You asked.
Is that fair? I did.
Beyond that, though, for a red dragon, can't say I've even seen one in real life, let alone hunted one, but I know their scales tend to sell for a lot, as do the teeth. Horns, claws, anything you can tear off, you can probably find someone to buy it. Dragons are iconic as they are. So yeah, I'd say tear out the scales and teeth after you kill it, but maybe the claws if you're feeling particularly fancy.
The last thing, have any of you traveled in the Kipling jungle?
Yeah, we ran down there once or twice while we were traveling with our old captain.
So I would like to lay out the route, like where the Lich's quote-unquote tower is. Have you ever traveled near this and seen the tower or anything like that?
No, the jungle's too dense there. We just never bothered.
What would you say is the odds of a mad wizard being there, or a powerful wizard being there, rather than people just getting eaten by beasts?
Well, the beasts in the jungle are certainly dangerous to some, but I don't recall any of them being outright man-eaters. I mean, some of the snakes are certainly big enough to try, but they mostly just stick to eating smaller creatures. As for a wizard, you said? Mad wizard?
Something like that.
Oddly specific, but if there was a wizard living out there and we didn't see it, it's either illusion magic or in denser parts of the jungle that we couldn't get to. We mostly were just going around the coastline hunting for stuff, so.
That's fair. Anything I should look out for?
Like I said, snakes. They get pretty big down there. There was... What are they? The little... And he seems to be like searching for the right word for them, but eventually Billy kind of helps him out. The little guys, the bees. Yeah, bees. There's lots of bees. And other than the snakes and the bees, as deep as we went, never saw anything particularly unusual. I think there used to be goblins living out there, but.
Good to know. I appreciate all of your input. How have things been going at the camp?
Oh, it's been great. Honestly, it's been nice to be able to just sit and rest for a little bit. It's freezing cold out here, but honestly, we've traveled in worse. Overall, just been hunting to keep the crew satiated. A lot of mouths you've left us to feed, but luckily the pirates just kind of take care of themselves.
I do apologize for that, but we never assume things are going to go exactly the way we plan, and when they do, well, we have to adjust.
Oh, yeah, we heard from some of the people that are leaving the city. You guys apparently did some good work. Congratulations.
No one died yet.
Don't jinx it.
Sorry, Titanus. You are right. But keep me updated if there is anything I need to know. If you see anything suspicious, we should set up like a dead drop that you can that the four of us know about to put something or a note.
All right. Do you have anything in mind?
I'm gonna take them for a walk. I'm gonna try and keep my vision out that we're not being followed.
Make a perception check.
That is a 14 plus 4, 18.
Okay. Gaharis, by your reckoning, you are not being followed.
All right. I will point to. I think I'm just gonna look for like a tree that has like a little divot under the roots,
and you do recall that some of the trees around here have the markings on them to indicate the borders of shore. So
yeah, definitely not one of those.
Okay.
But just like a unremarkable tree, and just like leave it there, and I will check it when I come by.
All right. And Titanus starts to like leave a small mark on the tree, presumably to help them find it later. And just. All right. Any particular reason for all the extra?
Not really. To be honest, I cannot cast magic spells to communicate with you. And if I am coming in the middle of the night and you are all asleep, it's going to be harder for me to get in contact with you. Easier for me to just pick up your writings and continue my way.
Yeah. So you want to just leave little journal entries here, or what?
Little journal entries if there are any conflicts at the camp, or, you know, if the Emilian Empire shows up with a million knights. Well, if they show up with a million knights, I don't know, but...
Alright,
if you see any members of the Hell Knights arrive.
Do we tell them anything, or just write it down?
If you can get their name, and perhaps where they're headed, that is all it matters. If there is, and I'm gonna write down Samuel's name.
Yeah, Samuel Hiorin.
And I'm gonna say if it is, and I'm gonna write a description of him and give it to them. If it is him, apprehend him and do not let them leave.
Sure. Should we tell the others, or is this hush hush?
You can tell any of the mercenaries we have hired. It is, don't be rough with him. He has been intercepting some letters, and quite frankly, I need to have a discussion with him on that.
Got it. All right. Hell Knights, this Samuel guy, journal updates. You guys planning to leave town for a while? What's the deal?
We'll be in and out. Don't worry about it.
All right. Well, don't forget about us.
I would never.
All right. Well, I guess I'll see you when you get back then. Take care of yourself, all right? And tell the others I said hi.
I will definitely pass that on. I'll give them each 8 gold. And I will try and have it so like they can have staggered days in town, so they can have like a night off in a comfy bed. 8 gold should probably pay for that. And
yeah, easily.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
they seem very thankful, and Billy outright just, thanks, boss.
What can I say? I treat those under my rule wonderfully. Enjoy and don't spend it all in one place. Or do, it's your money.
Whatever you say, my lord.
And I will offer them a little wave and set back to camp.
All right. With that, Israel, gathering your things. Gaharis, grabbing Naden and leaving the poachers with this memo. Ivron retrieving Yao. And Griaz, did you have anything, or?
Yeah, I want to try to get a note to the Court of Miracles. I've been informed not to kind of like make it known that I know them, but is it quick enough to get to the sewers, or is it something where he could like write a note and leave it with the owners of the tavern and be like, hey, do you know the court? Like basically, and thieves can't be like, hey, could you get a note to the court? And if they're like, what are you talking about? He'd be like, oh, sorry, I'm having a seizure.
So you're not sure how deep their bit goes, so you can head to the sewers and see if you can track them down, or you can try the tavern approach if you wish.
Yeah, unless he's seen anybody on the street, because as Tamar did say, that might see on the street sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. I'll say for fun, make me an investigation check.
Sure. It's only a 10.
You do not see any, at least members of the court that you recognize. So you'll either have to ask around directly, or I will say, however, it would also be a potential option to just leave a written message in Thieves' Cant if whatever you're saying could be communicated in writing. But if you want to meet them directly, then yeah, from the sounds of it, you're gonna have to either ask around or navigate through the sewers yourself.
I'll run up to the tavern real quick since we're gathering stuff anyway, and just kind of grab the patron's attention. And this is in Thieves' Cant. I'm looking for a cat in a court.
What was that?
You happen to know any like a zoo kind of court? A cat in a courtroom.
Are you all right?
Sorry, I smell burned toast. And he'll just leave. Well, that went well. I guess I'm gonna have to go into the sewers.
Sorry.
That's
all right.
But he's not looking to go too far. Just he has a note and an intention towards it. So as soon as he sees any of any thieves guild,
you're just gonna
any shady figure in the sewers, it's like, here, give us some money.
I will say, going through the sewers, it doesn't take you too long before you don't recognize them yourself, but you run into the masked, cloaked figure in the sewers that Utaka learned was identified as Rat. Thank you. You can pass along. They are wearing the mask, which you can identify, so you can pass it to them if you wish. And they kind of look at you curiously, and you would be the Burning Hand, wouldn't you?
And you would be Rat. I have a note for Cat.
Understood.
He'll hand over a note and also a small bag of 50 gold. And the note just says, going hunting. If anything changes, notify me as soon as possible, either by sending or by courier. Here's a down payment.
Okay. Rat looks at the gold and does not read the note, simply tucks it into the kind of neck lining of their cloak, and pockets the gold, and I'll be sure it gets to Cat right away, sir.
All right. And here's a gold for you.
Is it not all for me?
Oh. God, you guys are grubby. No, that is a deposit. Actually, fuck it. Just, I don't know. Give it to Cat. He'll probably tip you. Probably.
Fine.
Thank you.
Did you actually know who I was? Am I getting popular?
The word is spreading. Throughout the underworld, the Burning Hand knows who you are. And he'll kind of like half-heartedly just like smack the wall and put a burning hand there.
Rat, for his part, is delighted and immediately just, yes. And immediately starts scuttling off down the sewers. And you can see all the rats like following after him. And you're not even fully out of earshot of him yet as you start to turn to leave after leaving the Burning Hand. And you can hear him in Thieves' Cant talking presumably to one of his rats and just, did you hear that? We have to add that as a title. The Burning Hand knows who we are.
He's going to die in a really dumb way someday. All right.
All I can see is Hamlin, the rat guy who lives underneath hunting through meadery in Skyrim. Just that weirdo. This guy is. Like his cousin or something.
Yeah, he's a distant cousin. The real one lives elsewhere.
Exactly.
Oh, man. All right. With that, and I'll say for funsies, do you guys want to go ahead and begin your trek into the Kipling jungle? And if you do you want to just leave Utaka behind or bring Utaka with, and then Pharaoh can take over whenever they're able to join us? Like, how do we want to play it in that regard?
We'll bring Utaka along.
Okay.
You can pick up wherever you
Okay.
end up, or we'll put him in any necessary danger.
All right. Okay. Grabbing Utaka, your belongings, your mounts, saying your farewells and leaving your messages with poachers and thieves. Quite a merry band of allies you guys are assembling. You guys make your way down south. You have not been past this way of Jor. While Utaka and Israel, you glimpsed it briefly, and all of you guys have been able to see the Kipling jungle in the distance. You've never actually entered into it, and other than you, Griaz, most of you are completely unfamiliar with the environment. As allies and belongings are gathered and you start to head down southward, you can see the deep, dense Kipling jungle. It is a well-traveled route. Israel, you saw on the map that there is a trade route going between the Amelian city of Jor and the Bobwin Sultanate city of Cetus Foe. The landscape is unfamiliar. From the sounds of it, incredibly hostile. But monster hunting and questing, it's honestly nice to have a straightforward mission after all the cult shenanigans. And without further ado, you guys enter into the Kipling jungle. Now, I will say, do you guys intend to stick to the coastline religiously to keep an eye out for the dragon, or do you have a specific stop in mind?
I think the dragon's showing up at night, so I don't think it's necessarily. I mean, you can. I would assume Skyrim rules. You can hear a dragon coming, if not from the music change, then from
the wing beats are pretty loud.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I mean, they're basically fighter jets. I mean,
exactly. They're quite large. They're not silent.
Yeah, I live near an Air Force base. You know when they're near.
Okay.
But yeah, since they're showing up at night, probably not religiously during the day, but at night, probably maybe camp on the beach.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's our goal, is to reach the coast by nightfall. If they can. I think they're just guessing because reds are scary, but yeah. Okay. Either way. The goal would be to get to the coast by about nightfall, camp there, but along the way, Israel is going to be looking out for signs of the other creatures that she's been told to look out for, like the lycanthrope, like the Hydra.
Okay. In that case, Israel, make me a survival check. And Geharis and Ivron, since you two, and I'll say Griaz, do you want to take second watch, or Israel?
I'll take second watch.
All right, so in that case, the three of you make me perception checks to see if you can spot the dragon. If you do not have dark vision, you make this with disadvantage.
27.
18 as well.
Okay.
23 survival.
Okay, noted. Okay. You guys start delicately as you can, cleaving your way through the Kipling jungle. You haven't gotten to the deepest depths of it yet, the heart of the jungle where the bramble is the thickest and presumably the most populated. You're not sure what lives out here. And at this point, you're only on the shallowest outskirts of it all. But already you can see the occasional snake in the trees. Hear the occasional distant hoots of presumably jungle birds. Although part of it being kind of quiet, you could also chalk up to the weather. It is unseasonably cold for this down south of Mazai, and the heart of a jungle at that. So you're not sure how the wildlife is taking it, but at the moment, things are as quiet as a jungle can be. Other than the occasional bird and bat, and the occasional snake in the trees, you don't see a whole lot. Israel, you are familiar with hydras, and you, much like a dragon, a hydra is definitely a creature you will know is there long before you see it. You know that hydras are heralded by fields of dead plant life, as their acrid poison literally kills everything around them. So as long as there are trees still standing, there is not a hydra in the immediate area. The lycanthrope is the one you're more worried about. Lycanthropes are more than capable of ambushing. So you're confident you will know when you're getting close to the hydra if it's here. So you know you're not close yet. You would smell it and notice dead plants long before you saw it. But you keep an eye out for tracks, human or lichen. And nothing jolts out to you during your trek through the jungle, although you only trek for a few hours and mostly trying to cut your way westward to get to the coast. And thankfully, you are able to reach it just as night begins to fall and the jungle is beginning to grow dark. And as you all set up camp, the dirt and mud of the jungle giving way to rocks and silt that settles out into the lake. The Lake of Mazai stretches out ahead of you. You can see to the south, to the southwestern edge, the stretch of the Arrowhead Desert. To your north, you can see the Hydra Mountains that you had trekked across on foot all those weeks ago. And if you look just across, you think you can make out the mountains where the port town of Nadia lies. As you all settle in to make your camp as best you can on the rocky, silted shore of the Kipling jungle, you settle in for rest. Israel, you've been doing a lot of tracking and trekking, so you just settle in to start sleeping. Geharis, on first watch. You watch the lake, listen to the surrounding trees. You can see a lot of ahools flying overhead, almost circling, but while you do watch them carefully, none of them look big enough to start swooping, nor do they seem particularly inclined. Although you do think you can hear some distant calls of less fortunate creatures that the swarm stumbled across. The lake is quiet and still. The trees, not silent, but not loud in a way that upsets you. No dragons. You turn your watch to Griaz's, and Griaz, you take up position. The jungle is a lot less discomforting for you. While it's not quite the swamp, it's about as loud and packed. And the ahools seem less like the potentially dangerous annoyances that most people see them as, and more like the herald of old friends of nature. And the ahools themselves, again, seem perfectly content to just watch the group and not particularly antagonize them in any way. Although you are smart enough to keep a cautious eye nonetheless. If the swarm grows too large a number or too big in physical size, then you may have a problem. However, your attention is instead diverted to the south, where you begin to see a large shape in the night sky on the horizon. It grows closer, working its way, almost heralded less by a physical shape and more by the blotting out of stars as it passes by you. And it's a bit far off, but close enough for you to make out. Something big is flying across the lake, making its way northward.
He'll shake awake Israel, since she has the best eyesight of all of them. Hey, look. It's out there.
Yeah.
Something's out there.
And she scrambled to her feet, I guess quickly, but stealthily looking to the edge and up at whatever it is.
All right. If you're trying to be stealthy, make me a stealth check.
Oh, sure. That is, I think, an 18. Yeah.
Okay. And roll me a perception check to see what you can make out.
I think that one is a 16.
Okay. You slide to the edge of the shore as much as you can without outright being in the lake water, and squint, peering out in the darkness, with Griaz kind of awake behind you closer to the jungle. As you squint, and you can make it out to this massive shape, with a beat of wings. Stars will be blotted out before. Bear in mind, it's out on the lake, not like above you, but like out on. Like you can see it flying over the lake. And Israel, as you watch, you can see a massive shadowed head turn towards you, still flying out towards Jor, but a head turned towards you. And you can see the gleam of golden eyes in the moonlight. And all of you, Harris, you and Avron are actually slightly startled awake by this deep, distant, bellowing roar. That echoes out through the jungle, and you can see the Ahools that have been hovering above the camp all night immediately scatter into the jungle. And Gaharis, you and Ivron are startled awake by this distant bellow. Israel, it continues to watch you as it flies before turning its head back in the direction it's going and continuing its northbound journey.
Do I see any, I guess, features, or do I get a better look at, I guess, the depth of darkness on the scales or the shine in the moonlight that would give me a better hint as to what its color is?
By your best reckoning, there is moonlight enough, just enough for you to at least, vaguely make it out. From what you're able to see, you are confident that it might be red. It's definitely on that like color spectrum. So it's either a red dragon or a color that's close enough to red to be mistaken for it.
Like copper, bronze.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're basically seeing
a warm colored dragon.
Yeah, it's a warm color. Because bear in mind, it's dark and it's a cloudy night, so like you're just getting little slivers of moonlight that glimpse off of its scales, and its scales don't seem shiny enough to outright reflect. Although I will say you do note that the moonlight does gleam unusually off of the scales you can glimpse, because dragon scales, at least colored dragon scales, tend not to shine like that. So it's either an unusually shiny red dragon or potentially a bronze dragon.
Right. Well, it's definitely a dragon.
Want to try to call it over?
Hmm?
Do you want to try to call it over?
Gives him a look for a hot second. She just struggles with that mentally.
I mean,
do you feel prepared to face a dragon right now?
If we're going to, are we going to be any more prepared tomorrow?
It would perhaps be best within the wilds instead of closer to shore or somewhere less defended. Did you get a look at its wings, possibly? I hear tell, at least per my order, you can tell what dragon it is based upon the wings.
Is that the one with the horns?
Anyway, I don't think she can project her voice any louder, but the dragon might be able to hear her, and she is going to shout basically an oi in Draconic, because her patron taught her that.
Graz was grabbing
for
his war horn, and then he hears oi. He's like, oh, well then.
Evron will grab a large limb and cast Lightbringer, his Lightbringer ability on it. There's a torch. Give it to her to wave.
Yeah. She just waves.
Oi, you!
What are you doing in my jaw?
Okay. Israel, as you give this call and take the self-made torch and start waving it, and Griaz, you just kind of hold your horn, you all watch as the dragon continues to fly. But again, all of you are just seeing the shadow it casts on everything more than you're seeing the thing itself. It begins to turn, a wide turn back the way it came. And with a... and some of the lake water gets splashed up around it, it starts to fly in your direction.
So should
we're
we be
further away.
prepared for a fight, or
Let's see if we can parlay for now. If I spotted it correctly, its scales shine differently. It doesn't seem to be strictly a chromatic dragon. We might have a chance of parlaying with it.
is that
So
this
you'll be able to
entirely
talk to
possible? Matt, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you said that any
dragon can be anything,
element, right?
Yeah, but basically they're not strictly tied. Like they do have things they tend towards, but like they're not strictly bound to,
Solid.
Yeah.
Would there be, I guess, still the metallics are more personable? And
Yes, metallics
chromatics are more standoffish kind of dichotomy?
Yeah,
or?
I will say, given Gaharis knows dragons decently well, and Israel has outright, studied monster hunting, metallics tend to actually like people. Like, they tend to find humans very charming and good and fun to interact with, whereas chromatics are essentially just treat them more neutrally. Like, they're not particularly friendly, but they're not, like, overly hostile. They tend to be a little less politically motivated than other dragon types, so chromatics typically just won't bother engaging with people unless they want something.
But I will also note that we have established through Dragon Eggs that it's not just metallics and chromatics.
We can have anything here. It could be anything. I don't know. But we can try
My brain
talking
went to
it.
if it's not red, it might be purple because we have established that there are purple dragons.
That's true.
Sure. But that's her opinion is retreat, give it space, and let's attempt to negotiate.
Okay.
That's fair.
Anything you guys want to do before the dragon arrives? It is definitely making a beeline for you.
How long do we have?
Uh,
We had to
you would
estimate based on its speed.
by the speed it's flying.
Because that's gonna dictate what I do.
Yeah, that's fair.
If Ron will tell Yao to go hide and wait.
Yao actually gives you like an almost offended look and just plants a seat right next to you.
He gives him this like, all right, and tussles his mane.
Yeah, and Yao kind of wiggles their head and like doesn't get into a full-on fighting stance, but like does get into a like ready stance. And Gaharis, I would say you have about a minute.
Have about a minute. Okay. I am going to pull out a bottle and start drinking it. It is counterspell.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right.
It's just-
I actually need to pull up. Fucking the
all I have in my
counterspell.
notes is counterspell alcohol.
No. Yeah, I haven't written what it does. That's why I had to actually pull up my own notes on the matter because I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. I'm gonna be real. Forgot you had that.
Yep, I've been sitting on that baby for a while.
Okay. All right. All right. Garrus, whether for hopes of something strategic or just to steal your nerves, you take a swig of counterspell. It's a kind of like interesting. The best thing I can equate. Do you do a lot of drinking in real life, just so I can equate it to a real alcohol?
I used to a long time ago.
The best thing I can describe it to is a kind of vodka-esque liquor. It has that kind of tang to it. It's not awful, but definitely not definitely not something that you can see yourself drinking like for fun.
It's not a for fun drink. Yeah, I'll pass
it's not a party
the bottle
drink.
to Israel. With however much is left. I don't know how much is in the bottle, but it's a bottle, so it should be more than one.
Yeah, a bottle gives you a pretty good amount of Israel.
She doesn't know what it is, but she's about to take it. She just called a dragon over. She's like, what am I even doing? Like here.
And then I'll pass it to Ivron and Griaz. And Utara.
You first.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
All of
vodka?
you.
Man, I don't like vodka. I make liquor
it is
from a
counterspell
potato.
alcohol. I don't really know what it does, but I think it lets people can't cast counterspell.
Counterspells potatoes. Okay.
Yeah, and Guri, as you take an unpleasant, kind of wincing drink and pass it to Ivron, and Ivron, as you take the final drink as the dragon's closing in, Israel, your torch goes out.
Great.
Well, it's not a torch. It's just a stick
The light spell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the torch.
It only goes out by my will. So.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it
Are
was
they-
counterspell.
You just had counterspell cast on you.
Oh, it's cast on me.
Ah.
I mean, it's an innate ability. It's not a.
That's true.
Is it not like a spell?
Racial abilities
Yeah,
can't be
it's a racial
counterspelled.
ability.
Okay, so yeah, if racial abilities can't be counterspelled, then okay, you're fine then. Never mind. Thank you for pointing that out.
Wait,
But
can we
it's
not
mundane
cast
as it
spells?
is.
you don't know.
I don't know. I never got the
What did you
description
do,
of what it
Graham?
does. I don't know.
Yeah, to be fair, we kind of walked into that ourselves. Graham
You drank an
offered
alcohol
us a
called
drink.
counterspell.
I didn't know what it was called. That was just handed to me by Harris, and I trusted him. That was my first mistake.
Harris was never told
For the
what it does.
nurse.
Graham, as a
so-
player, was never told what it does. Just said it's called counterspell.
All right,
I
so
assumed
yes.
it would be useful.
And
Grias
so,
was kind of prepping a spell. I should say that if he drinks that and he no longer feels the magic, does that happen?
yeah, okay, yeah. If you were preparing a spell, then yes. As you're basically, you take your swig and start to cast your spell, and you know you cast the spell correctly, but it fizzles out completely.
Okay. In that case, I am going to, for the first time, use my temporal dilation field and reverse the action of drinking that. And then just like stop Geher or
Yeah,
stop
yeah.
Iran.
Okay, so yeah, because I will say, yeah, as you crank the button on your belt, everything around you starts to go into this kind of bluish haze, not unlike the counterspell's design, and as you watch Israel, like basically in reverse, spit into the bottle, hand it to Garrus, who spits into the bottle, and you watch as Harris pulls the bottle out and is about to take his initial swig of it.
Hey, buddy, don't drink that. What are you drinking? What are you putting in your mouth?
It is called counterspell. I figured it was what this counterspell sings.
Or do you think it's going to counter any spells that we do? I'm Grias from the future. Don't put that in your mouth.
Alright, should we throw it as a dragon?
Don't.
Perhaps we should talk to the dragon first.
Well, I mean,
before
if
we
it
talk.
goes poorly, which I am... That's
don't
just...
know
Let's
if
save
it'll
it
work
for
if it's
later
not
and maybe
ingested.
give it to the lich to drink.
There's a lich?
What?
I mean, dragon.
Israel's like, I don't have to.
Ivron's face is the most grim you've ever seen. the most rock solid, like giving a look at you, like
I will...
why are we messing with a dragon when there's a lich about?
The only people allowed to talk are me and him, and she points to Ivron. Both of them. And then maybe you. She looks at Griaz and is like, you're on thin ice, but she definitely points at like, you're talking to Harris, like, neither of you are talking. So the dragon.
That's fine. What if the dragon wants to talk to me?
Don't. Just
Don't what?
speak. Verbalize.
What if it can read my
Just
thoughts?
let me. She just walks over and goes, I love you dearly. Shut the hell up.
That's love.
She just like does a moment of like, I'm gonna collect myself. This is gonna go fine. Like a little pep talk she's having clearly. Like, we're not gonna die immediately.
Immediately.
Okay.
Then Grias will prep that spell again.
All right, what spell are you prepping out of curiosity?
He's prepping Earthbind in case this thing decides to be lethal and then fly.
Okay. Harris, as you put away your counterspell, and Israel, you step forward, collecting yourself. The dragon approaches. It doesn't even go into the jungle proper. Honestly, it doesn't seem like it doesn't have enough clearance to land there. So the dragon simply settles for several, you'd say probably about 50 feet out, soaring to a stop, and almost like a bird landing in the water as its wings fold to its side, and water splashes from the massive creature entering. And Israel, you were already close to the water line. The water outright laps at your like knees and shins and soaks the bottom part of your clothes as the dragon comes in for a landing. You can see its eyes glowing like gleaming lights. And the massive tail swinging overhead before splashing down into the water behind it as the wings fold up to its side. And the creature looks to you and, in a deep, booming voice in common, speaks to you. What drives you to seek me out, mortals?
Your presence here along the shore.
Do you find my presence bothersome?
Not I, but many in the area have found your flights unsettling. They seek your head, or confirmation of your existence otherwise.
Well, and the creature spreads its wings wide. Do you consider this proof enough?
Quite verily. We simply wish to understand your purpose in the area, and perhaps we could help.
What color is it?
Yeah, what color is it? Can we see any better now?
Yeah, it is much closer, and
Everyone has a light.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone, how far out does your light go? Just so I know.
I believe. Hold on.
I think
I wanna
it's
say
30,
it's like
30, right?
I know that it's bright at 10 and then like another 20. Or no, bright light at 20 feet and then dim light for another 20 feet beyond that.
All right, so it's just out of the range of Ivron's torch, but Israel and Griaz, it has gotten closer. Feel free to roll perception checks.
Sure.
I believe both of you got dark vision, so the darkness itself shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
If
I
it's
got
dim,
12.
we should be able to see. So if it's bright. Okay. I got a 19.
Okay. Israel?
12.
Okay. Israel, it's looking right at you and its eyes glow very brightly, so it's actually kind of hard for you to look at it directly.
More nervous than anything. I'm like, I'm not registering color anymore.
Griaz, you can make it out a bit better. It does appear to be red. Like deep red. And fairly sizable. Not like gigantic Smaug levels, but still fairly big beast. And it kind of sways lightly in place, both with the waves and with its just own serpentine motions as it stares down the party. And in response to you, Israel, it speaks up again in common. These waters are my territory. I go where I please, hunt what I wish, and kill whoever I like.
She shares a swift look at the others for a second.
And that should include you. Everything of value in your possession, leave it at your campsite and abscond from my territory, or I shall take it by force.
I'd like to size this thing up.
Yeah. She's starting to think, oh, this is really unfortunate.
Yeah,
Sure
didn't want to kill a dragon today, but I guess...
Guess we're doing that.
Ivron would also like to cast Divine Sense.
Divine Sense? Okay.
Yep.
And how far out does that extend?
60 feet.
Okay, so yeah, it'll be within it. And it tells you Celestials, Fiends, or Fae, right?
And it's alignment, essentially. Good or evil.
Okay. It does not register in terms of species on your radar, which you expected. In terms of alignment, it tells you if it's good or evil.
Yes. Yeah, detect good.
It registers as good.
Ron would throw his hands up and say, "Verily, my lord, you are great indeed, and we shall submit to your will. But first, what is thy name?"
There's a pause as the dragon kind of considers you now, the almost beaming lights of its eyes sweeping over to you.
And Ron does like bow, like not bending the knee, but bowing low as if to submit.
The dragon kind of tilts its head, seeming almost placated and satisfied by a display of obedience, at least to some degree. And after a moment of consideration, the dragon speaks. I have been given many names. The Great Beast, Goblin Killer. But you may call me Bloodmaw.
Oh, Bloodmaw. Fantastic is your greatness. If this is truly your realm, I do apologize for us intruding. But surely you must understand that we are here on behalf of other parties who seem to be intruding as well. Is that, if I may, is that why you fly about? To see what turmoil they bring in your land?
I am ensuring that there are no intruders in my land. The Empire waits at my borders, hoping to intrude further in like an infesting vermin. I destroy and kill any who leave their rightful place and maintain my nest and hoard as a great dragon like myself should.
Of course, of
Your
course.
belongings will make fine additions to it.
Perhaps. Your Grace, if you would forgive me as well, what are your feelings on the Bluefield Alliance? Surely they are intruding upon your territory.
The Bluefield Alliance are allies to the dragons. The great Lady Unveiled seeks peace with my kind and all undercommon. It is your kind who intrude on our land, take what is ours, burn our food, destroy everything! And the dragon spits a great jet of fire into the air in frustration as it gives another blood-curdling, ground-shaking roar.
Sir, I understand your anger, but we are not amongst the Empire. We too serve the Bluefield Alliance, or at least are allies with it.
Yeah, hi.
Some Zagreus. We have just come from Jor, where we have negotiated the surrender of the Empire and the elimination of their boats upon your waters.
Good. I was tired of sinking them myself.
And indeed, too, we seek an audience with Lady Onvile if our journeys take us in that direction. For her greatness, such as your own, has been spoken of, and this is where Evron, or at least me as the player, would like to have a history check of Bloodmaw, as, again, the Hell Knights were somewhat of a dragon-looking order.
Make a history check with advantage. You both had the same training.
Awesome.
And I'll say, as you're trying to recall this, Bloodmaw does seem to be legitimately considering your words, kind of mulling it over and muttering to themselves. But the muttering is intensely quiet. Like he went from almost like supernaturally loud to supernaturally quiet. It's bizarre.
That is a dirty 20.
Is this
Okay,
really
and out of
700 kobolds in a trench coat?
Oh my god, could you imagine? And what was both rolls? Just again for flavor.
The first roll was the dirty 20. Second roll was 17.
Okay.
Just let it be kobolds. It has to start name. What's our name? Stall for time. I have many names. Bloodmaw.
I know. I was really hoping for a zeppelin that looked like a red dragon that was just filled with kobolds.
Yeah, it just keeps up the gag of like you guys never fight a real dragon. Even Lady Unvile's just gonna be like polymorphed.
Believe their shit.
But yeah, and Israel, as you're watching the dragon kind of mull Ivron's words over, Ivron and Gaheris, both of you, while granted the Hell Knights can't be completely all covering, you do not know of any record of a dragon going by Bloodmaw in the Mazai area. In fact, you don't actually recall red dragons. You do recall red dragons occasionally passing through this region, but you don't recall any major hordes being here for red dragons at any rate. Most Mazai dragons are black dragons, orange dragons, and the occasional metallic trying to live among the people.
Again, my Lord Bloodmaw, your fantastical greatness, surely rules your land well, for I sense good in you. If I may again ask, what brings you to this land? I have never heard of a red dragon, if truly you be, traveling so far out sway.
Make a persuasion check.
Gosh, math right now. 26.
Bloodmoth mulls your words over and actually starts to swim somewhat intimidatingly closer to the shore, actually entering within the bit of your light. Although I will say Israel and Griaz being very observant, you notice that Bloodmaw actually kind of pauses whenever it enters the range of Ivron's light and actually swims back a little bit to hover just outside of it. The Bloodmaw kind of rolls their head and, of course, I rule my lands well as the fiercest of all dragonkind. I seek treasure, as all dragons do. Resources with which to grow my horde.
Pardon me, my great lord, Bloodmaw. Have you perhaps heard of a lich dwelling within this jungle? For certain, his mighty tower would be far more worth the addition to your horde than the paltry possessions we have amongst us.
A lich in the jungle. Such mere trifling possessions indeed are far beneath me, but I cannot let an intrusion on my waters go unpunished. I think it is only right that you part with what is mine. I will bring you no harm if you simply leave what you have around your fire and walk away.
I'd like to insight check this. Do I believe him?
Make an insight check.
Because for something that's good, this is absolutely not a good action.
Yeah, I'd say
They are way more evil than they should be. That is a 17 on the die. My insight is a +3, dirty 20.
I'm like wiggling towards Ivron and I sort of mutter about like he's avoiding the light.
Go ahead, Avron.
No. We'll go through Graham's thing first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gaharis, he actually does seem to be being legitimate. He just wants you to leave your valuables and leave his area.
Okay. I'd like to activate the Monocle of True Seeing.
And the monocle gives you true. Well, remember, it's a range of 10 feet, I believe. The dragon's still about it's 45 feet out from the shore.
The Gem of Seeing gives me true sight up to 120 feet from me.
All right, so you want to use the Gem of Seeing then?
Yeah, sorry, but it's the Monocle of Seeing, is what it was flavored as.
Oh wait, hold up. Let me.
You might be thinking of the goggles that Griaz has.
Goggles.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, because I think that was the way I kept the monocle balanced, was that it only had like a very short range.
Was it? Okay, then
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah.
Then I will stand pretty, and I am actively, my hand is hovering about, I'll say 3 inches from my sword. It is still keeping it non-confrontational, but I would say that this thing is like 3 insults from Gaharis attacking it.
Okay. And Ivron, you had a thing?
Ivron will take off his ring of warmth and bowing this time, I think, presenting it as bending the knee. We'll present it open-handed and getting as close to the dragon as he can. At this point, he's turned off the light of the branch.
Okay. Israel, the branch in your hand extinguishes, leaving you feeling even more threatened and in the dark, quite literally.
I just sort of toss it gently aside, like, I don't need that.
And Ivron walks to join you on the shoreline. And Ivron, you have your ring in hand. The warm feeling fades.
I would not have you miss this trinket, my lord, in the tall grass there. Yeah, would you take it from me willingly? Not only as your due, but as a gift of goodwill.
Make a persuasion check.
Not doing so good with math tonight. 22.
Okay. The dragon kind of tilts and considers for a moment, and finally speaks up. Very well. And such generosity from one of my subjects shall indeed go rewarded. Perhaps I shall consider showing mercy to intruders. And the dragon begins to snake its way across the top of the water towards the shore. But after it's about 30 feet out, it pipes up again. But I would ask that you keep your lights dimmed.
As you wish, your grace.
The darkness is my domain, as the dread lord of these waters. And at this point, the dragon is at the shoreline, and looming down at you, Israel and Ivron, and leans down to you, Ivron, and extends a claw out for the ring.
He willingly is it.
The red dragon clutches it in their claw before tossing it almost like you would a pill into its mouth and swallowing it. And it lays down onto the water and kind of glares at the two of you, and Geharis and Griaz towards the back. And such a generous gift has left me in a kind mood. I suggest you take advantage of it. You may keep your weapons and further valuables. However, I ask that you leave any rations and water skins behind.
Do they sound pained?
Make an insight check.
Sure. Because I think at the mention of that, Geharis will be like, this thing wants to avoid being seen at night, and is talking a lot more because it's trying to avoid a fight. Odds are this thing got injured and got scared away from its actual horde, and now it's here. That is a 18 on the die for a total of 21.
It does sound non-hostile, though it doesn't sound pained, although you do notice a lot more eagerness in its voice, asking for the rations and water than it had for the valuables. The valuables, it felt more of like it's what it was supposed to say kind of thing, but it seems genuinely, like, urgently wanting the rations and water skins.
Is it starving?
It's close enough to take something from Ivron. Can I pop down the goggles then and use True Sight on it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, and I need to just keep that rings or the True Sight thing pulled up. Let me double check to see what this reveals to you, if anything.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like you can see through illusions, you can see spirits.
Yeah, see invisible creatures and objects, detect visual illusions, and perceive the original form of shape. Okay. As you pull the goggles down over your eyes and flip them to their True Sight mode, they look the same. You can make out their outline a bit better because you're not relying on dark vision now, but other than that, it's not changed significantly.
Okay.
Surely we will leave our rations, O Lord. But
And your water.
and of course our water, yes. But if you are hungry, perhaps you would like to sit by a warm coal. We can go find food for you.
The offer is enticing, my subject, but the food is not for myself. It is being acquired for those living at my nest.
Ah, very well.
Pardon my intrusion, my lord, but would not fresh meat be more satisfying to young mouths than these dried husks meant for full-grown individuals to tide them over?
Indeed, but in my kindness I have elected not to kill you, so unless you wish to hunt for me as your friend has so kindly offered, I
Sure,
will accept what you have.
I am full and willing to provide game to you, sir. I would not feel comfortable providing your offspring with such meager stuffs as what we have in our dry rations.
Very
If
well.
you just know how to hunt.
Hunt for me fresh meat, equal in weight and value to all the rations you possess. I will take that and your water, and you may be allowed to live through this intrusion. But if you should attempt to flee, I would ask that you leave your rations here with me, so that if you attempt to simply flee from my terrifying magnificence, I may simply take my original offer and go. I do not intend to be made a fool of, nor will I suffer them.
Would it not satisfy for a few of us to go hunting? She looks at her and Griaz, while we leave our water skins here, and the others to stay and perhaps learn more of you, my lord. And she looks like Ivron and Gaharis, like, you want to talk to him? And she's going to pull off her water skin and, start making the pile. Like, there you go, water.
Indeed, yes. Of course, by your leave, you'll go. And Ivron starts pulling out the rations that he has. Put them in a sack.
Very well. The negotiations are fair. Find me fresh meat. And he turns the spotlight-like eyes to you, Israel. Should you fail or neglect to return, even by your death, I will kill all who are here and consider their bodies an acceptable substitute.
I will not fail, your grace.
Then away with you. And the dragon starts to scoop up the water skins and the rations Ivron put down, and taking a good chunk of silt and rock with it as it starts to lift it up into the air.
Roughly, what direction did the Yahuls go?
They went east.
Cool. And she'd signal to Griaz, like, you want to join? She's going to go hunting for the Yahuls, because those seem like the easiest pickings at the moment.
All right.
And probably hard for the dragon to get, because they just fly away as soon as they hear it coming.
Okay. Griaz, are you good with that plan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the only fauna we've confirmed that is also large enough to feed.
No, yeah, absolutely. You have not seen anything in the dead of winter. You've not seen anything in this jungle that's going to feed a dragon besides the
Right.
Ahul. So yeah, that's logical. Okay. Gaharis, Ivron, the two of you stay behind as Israel and Griaz make their way out back into the jungle, and the dragon, again, in the same motion it had with the ring, hucks the water skins and rations down its throat and swallows. And starts to slink away from the shore. Not going all the way back to where it had been initially, but about 10, 20 feet out, and just watches the two paladins on the shoreline as it kind of sways back and forth with the waves, sort of patient in motion, but not in behavior. It definitely comes off a bit impatient and nervous.
I don't think
Ron
Harris
will-
takes his... Oh, after you.
I was just going to say Ron's going to take off his armor and place it with his bundles and just sit by the shore.
Do you put it in the same pile you had for making offerings to the dragon? Or are you just taking it off for now?
Just taking it off for now,
Okay.
and placing his cloak over it, as I do believe it has symbols of the Hell Knights, which might not be what a dragon wants to see. So.
Okay.
And then I'll just sit by the shore.
Okay. Anything from the two of you while you wait for your hunters to get back?
Nope. Garrus promised he wouldn't say anything, so he's gonna keep his eyes on the dragon, and, you know, he'll take actions if this thing starts getting hostile.
Okay.
For Ron's part, he's just gonna converse with him as a subject might with the lords, maybe getting to know Blood Mom more, or if he's reluctant to talk, just talk about himself and the Barrowdell and where he's from and so forth.
Okay.
Yes. So if this encounter doesn't go well, here's where you can find me to enact revenge on my offspring.
He's being open, and Ron knows he's not gonna, or believes he's not gonna have any offspring. Though we
already know he does.
Yeah. All right.
Well, when an adult dragon goes and attacks that crew, we'll know who's responsible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
exactly.
Take
All
that.
Israel, Griaz, you can either both make me survival checks, or one can roll me survival with advantage. Holes are not particularly hard to find or hard to hunt. So feel free to make some survival checks.
I've got a +6, so I don't mind doing
Yeah,
it.
I've got a +5, so it's whatever you want to do. You want to do both rolls?
Yeah, so we can do both. That's fine.
All right, Griaz, roll survival with advantage. Israel will be helping you. And again, feel free to give me both.
Did you roll, Carter?
No, I let you roll.
Okay.
Yeah, you have advantage.
Okay.
That's why I was saying give me both.
Yeah, just want to make sure. Rolled a 12 and a 17, so the 17 plus 6 is 23.
12 plus 6, 18. So 18 and 23.
Okay. Yeah, I was just doing some quick mental math in my head. Okay. Between the two of you, Israel, out of curiosity, just for flavor, Israel, what weapon are you using for the hunting?
Oh, her bow.
Okay, I just figured.
Quiet.
Yeah, I was just for flavor. All right, so yeah, Israel with your bow, and Griaz mostly going off of like just your stealth and ability to primally just catch things. The two of you.
Yeah, he has a crossbow. I mean, yeah,
Okay,
so he'll probably be using. He's loaded his crossbow. He's got a bunch of nets, and then he also still technically has Earthbind prepped.
Okay. So yeah, between Earthbind and crossbow bolts and nets and arrows, you guys managed to catch and kill a pretty good amount of these things. Honestly, it's a shame you didn't grab the Ahul killing quest. And in total, you don't find any adults, which is actually for the best. You mostly are killing juveniles and young adult Ahuls. Which you have found that, yeah, they are pretty great in number in the jungle. In total, just through like not venturing too far from the camp and just killing any you come across or catching and then killing them, you guys are able to in total catch about, again, I had like mental math, you're able to catch about 20 of them. And again, these things are, fairly big, like fairly big bats. So you're confident with 20 of these things. Even one of them you think could feed a person for a day. So you're confident 20 of them will satiate a dragon, at least temporarily. I will say both of you now just make me flat survival rolls just to see how much of your ammunition you can salvage.
Flat? As in, yeah.
Like you still get your modifier, just like you don't have advantage.
Okay, so 24.
Okay.
21.
All right. In total, you're both able to, again, Ahuls are pretty small and frail targets, so you're able to repurpose and reuse the bolts and arrows you use. So basically, other than the spell slot from Earthbind, most of your equipment survives the hunting trip. And if you're content with about 20 ahools in tow, bundled up in one of Griaz's nets, you can make a good living as bat catchers. You start making your way back to the shoreline.
We'll say 19 and a half because Junior hasn't eaten today. So.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Junior just dines down on one of them. Ivron, for your part, as Israel and Griaz are making their way back, Bloodmaw is not incredibly forthcoming with information about themselves. So you eventually settle for information about yourself, which, if the dragon's listening, they don't seem to be stopping you from talking, although you're not sure how much they're listening. And after a time, they've been gone for about an hour by the time Israel and Griaz return with a bag of bats in tow. And as the two of them return, Bloodmaw immediately starts snaking their way back to the shoreline and looking up at the array of meats that have been brought to it. And as it gets a look at the net, as the two of you step forward, a whole meat. A favorite. You have done well, my subjects.
Israel gives a silent bow and just steps back from the net as she places it where she once placed the other stuff.
And the dragon approaches, scoops, and swallows. And as it kind of rolls its head side to side, presumably working the meal down its throat, the dragon places its front claws on the shoreline just where the water meets the silt, and you have done well and earned my mercy, subjects. Leave behind any remaining sources of water, and you may go.
Ron gives his water skin.
Israel mutters aside to Griaz, I'll buy you a new net.
Are we really just like giving this thing what it wants?
Gaheris doesn't look happy with this situation. I will straight up say Gaheris at this point has been looking at this creature like it is a fat, indolent slug. That is no better than like your normal brigand on the road. And is sizing this thing up that's like, can we take this? If it came to a fight, could we kill this thing? He has not said anything. He is keeping a straight face. He is just silently looking at it. And then looking at his companions, and then he looks at Griaz. And then he looks to Ivron. And then he looks to Israel. And then he looks to Utaka.
Israel doesn't look pleased, but she also doesn't look confident that they have a good position at the moment to face the dragon. But she also hasn't fully assessed, like, could they take this thing on? How much risk would that be?
Ivron's head's still bowed. He's waiting for him to leave now.
Yes.
And I'll leave my water skin that I've had with me for years.
The dragon stares, its bright spotlight eyes gleaming at the water skins, and it turns its attention to you, Gaheris.
Israel will make her way over to Gaheris and just place a hand on his shoulder as she mutters, perhaps not here.
Gaheris will pull out the water skin and set it down next to the others and take a step back. Never taking his eyes off this creature.
Okay. The moment you start stepping away and are a good distance from it, it moves forward again and scoops up, leaving just these craters of claw marks as it scoops up the water skins and swallows.
I'd like to sleight of hand something into its scoop before it scoops up the pile of things. Just something real small. Just
Okay.
drop something in there.
What would you like to try and sleight of hand?
I'm gonna sleight of hand. I have a small vial of serpent venom and also mimic poison, and I don't think it's something that would kill the dragon. And I don't think it's still in the vials itself.
Yeah.
But stomach acid breaks stuff down, and by the time it gets back to its nest, it might just be a little poisoned, just a little bit.
Okay.
Little tummy upset. So, yeah, just looking to drop a couple of vials down there.
Make a sleight of hand check.
This would have been a great time for you to just put the bottle of counterspell in the pile.
I mean, it hasn't cast any spells
That you know of.
that I know of.
Like, dragons cast spells.
I mean, that's true.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to give it one thing, because I can cast Find Object and find my water skin and its nest
Yes.
later, and then I'm just going to be like,
That's pretty much
Maybe.
what Israel's banking on, is we got some intel now.
Hey, trust me, I have an immovable rod. If there was a way to activate it,
From
I
a
would have-
distance.
oh my god, it would just rip through them.
Oh.
yes. Yeah, in my head I was like, can I get Garnet inside this thing's stomach without pissing off Utaka to activate the immovable rod? But that was just
I don't think familiars
Too
can
many moving
activate. I don't think familiars can activate magical objects anyway.
No, but if you
I
could,
guess that's true.
But if you could speak through a familiar, which I think you can do for some,
it's
Oh,
a
you
button
could like
have to
speak the
press.
command
then you
word.
can speak the command word. And
That is
then
true.
activate
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I think it's a button you have to press. I don't think it's a command word. But anyway, it was 18 plus 3. It's 21.
All right.
For sleight of hand.
Griaz not stepping away as Gaheris had done, and the dragon and its greed and gluttony begins scooping up, and you quietly slide snake and mimic venom in vials into the pile that it completely gluttonously swallows. And you don't expect them to kick in immediately, even if the vial's broke in its mouth, but at the very least it doesn't seem to notice what you've done. At least not yet. As the dragon kind of sways its head side to side, it gives a nod of the head, and you have pleased Bloodmaw. You may go. Enjoy your lives. And do not cross this way again unless you expect to earn my favor once more. But I will look favorably upon such generous subjects. And its wings begin to spread as it prepares to take off.
I think we should pause the game there so Utaka can be here in case Utaka wants to drop like lightning on this thing. Or something
I think
like
we're
that.
lucky that.
Yeah, this was the one time it was convenient for us.
Yeah. But I think Israel is absolutely going to turn to the rest of them and say, well, that was informative.
Yeah, just start
Now how
cranking
do we
the
want to kill
ducket.
it?
Yep,
Like,
just start
that guy,
cranking
am
the
I right?
ducket and walk to its nest.
Precisely, of now we've met it, we know its name, we can use the ducket to hunt it and its nest down.
We don't even need the ducket because this thing has. I have locate object. This
Yes,
thing has
yeah.
just imbibed
3 of us have it.
a bunch of well-known objects.
Precisely.
All right, so
Exactly why everyone gave him his ring.
Exactly. It's like, well then.
Yeah,
as-
I thought
I
that
love
was-
how
We're
everyone in the
all
party was
better
quietly
equipped.
on the same page.
Oh yeah.
And it already thinks upon us favorably, so it's not going to think that we're going to attack it necessarily the next
We just
time
have to get
come
there
to
before
visit.
the
Hey.
poison kicks in.
More
Yeah.
presents.
Yeah.
Exactly. We make sure we come with, some more data hools or something, make it seem like we've got tribute, and then we just smash them across its face and start combat.
Yeah.
All right,
We
Beat
just
it to death
message
without
Tails
food
and we say, hey,
corpses.
you have a weapon that's good against dragons?
Right?
I actually have that. I have a dragon tooth dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Just a
Sure would be a
motherfucker.
shame if that got some use, huh?
uh-huh.
all right. So, as Bloodmaw's dark red wings blanket the stars from your view as it prepares to ascend and, if not return to its nest, continue its rounds of what it considers its territory. You all have a plan. The creature has just swallowed several of your personal belongings that you do not intend to relinquish completely without a fight. This has given you the means to track it to its nest and end this threat to Jor and the surrounding lake once and for all, as the greedy, gluttonous red dragon demanded tribute and service, and you will repay that treatment with blade and cannonade and cutlass. And I think that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
All right. Whew. I'm pumped for next week. All right.
Yeah, finally a dragon!
Kill another dragon that'll make the second dragon I've killed in D&D in 22 years.
Gotta love D&D.
But I'd like to know 3 things from everybody. Who you are, where we can find you, and, what are some projects you're working on. I'll go first. Hi, everybody. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. This is my channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Here at Graham Crackers, we're all about friends making memories, whether those are MMORPGs or TTRPGs. We are just here to have a good time and, record it and put it on for all of you lovely folks. Today I played Gaheris Nervos Blackmont, the wonderful tiefling brother to Ivron. You can find me here most days. On Mondays, I will usually be playing some sort of video game at around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. On Tuesdays, every Tuesday, I DM 2 campaigns, Shards of Anarian and Anarian's Rest. Anarian's Rest at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard, and Shards of Anarian at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Or you can find me here every Friday. Outside that, you can't find me anywhere else right now, which is a shame, but maybe 2022 will offer some new places to be. But I'll pass it on to the next person.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Kari. You can find me here every Friday and every other Tuesday for Anarian's Rest campaign with Graham as our lovely DM. You don't really find me anywhere else except Guild Wars 2. I'm still there on occasion. Hit me up if you ever want to. But yeah, other than that, I don't really exist. So it's just here, an exclusive piece of content for all of you, our lovely viewers. And I hope you guys had a great and happy New Year, happy holidays, and all that good stuff. And can't wait to see more of your lovely faces.
I'll go next. Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. If you want to follow me and see more of my projects and shenanigans and whatnot, best place is Twitter, dsword16. Most of my personal projects are on hold right now just for holidays and moving and tons of other life stuff. But in the upcoming months, you can see a bunch of stuff coming out, including Horizons Call Season 2, which is being planned for Eva Sariot's channel. That should be out the next month or two. And I'm also the co-host of the podcast Monster Crush. So if you love monsters like dragons, for example, or aholes or lycanthropes or will-o'-wisps or hydras or whatever else, you can check out Monster Crush. It's a podcast where we talk about the history, and we love monsters. We love monsters in a very romantic way, and we want to give them smooches and tell them that they're all pretty and lovely and that they do good things. So check that where podcasts are found. And in the meantime, you can also find me here on Graham Crackers channel every other Tuesday. Do we play this week? Yeah, this week was a week we played, so not next week, the week after. That's Shards of Anarian, play a Null Ranger, and then of course Fridays where I play Griaz. And I think that's it for now. So I'll hand it off to Jeremy.
Thanks, Derek. Hi, everyone. My name is Jeremy. On social media, you can find me under the handle Dame Darkstride. There's not a whole lot going on there because there's not a whole lot going on with my life these days. This is the only place you can find me, 8 p.m. Eastern, every Friday, as I am Graham Crackers exclusive, I believe is the terminology. With that being said, I will pass it off to our wonderful GM.
That's me. I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone else. you can find me lots of places. On Mondays and Tuesdays on the Odd Tornado Productions Twitch and YouTube channels, I run 2 other stream games. On Monday, I run Under Locks and Keys, featuring a party of globe-trotting treasure hunters assembling the artifacts of the gods to unlock what is either a valuable treasure or an apocalyptic curse, one of the two. And on Tuesday, you can catch Of Black Ink and Blue Blood, featuring a party of politicians and nobles trying to unravel a political conspiracy so they can stop stabbing each other in the back and focus on stabbing their enemies in the front. Um, uh, and if you want to see more of my writing and more of this world without the confinements of dice, then check out my webtoon, which you can find on Tapas or Webtoon itself, Undercommon, taking place in the same campaign setting, featuring one of the first goblins to ever become an adventurer. Well, since there was the prologue, chapter 1 is now officially in the works and will be going out soon. So you can read the prologue already posted, and hope you enjoy it. Other than that, if there's anything I'm forgetting, you can find anything else on Odd Tornado Productions Official on Tumblr, where we have links to all of our different stuff. I work with a lot of great, super talented people, so please check some of it out. But I think that's about it from me.
Oh my goodness. So we are going to
You're
You're muted
You're
for us.
muted.
Well, don't be facetious. Sometimes I'm not talking to you. This was just a moment between me and chat.
How
A
dare
lovely
you?
moment.
Yeah, it was
I'd
intimate.
like to get back to that moment now. Hello, chat. Sorry about that rude introduction of my co-stars. We are going to take you on a journey to another
Anything.
D&D group while we say our goodbyes. But it's not
Whatever, we can have
goodbye
our own
forever.
conversation.
It's goodbye. You know, they can... You know what? I'm not... But it's not goodbye forever. It's just goodbye for now. We'll be back soon. So until then, I hope you stay hydrated, stay happy, and stay healthy. We are going to raid the Adventures Pack, who are playing some D&D themselves on, I believe it is Season 1,
It's like the world's gone
Episode
silent
1.
for me.
So I wish you all the best, and we'll see you soon. So bye for now.
Bye, everyone.